Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Thursday, August the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. What? I was waiting for your yes and yes, William. And somebody, Torty, where are you in our YouTube room? Just want to make sure you guys can hear me in YouTube, and I know you can hear me and see my screen in the main room. Just waiting for Torty or somebody in YouTube to let me know you can hear me. Interesting. There we go. Thank you, Les. Happy. All right, guys. So YouTube and the main room all firing now. Meta, so of course, Meta. First of all, let's take a look at the market. Early market. Nice run. We've had did have some, I guess, some economic news at 8:30, but the market is just ripping. We had a nice. Well, I had a rip in the tech stocks yesterday. The Dow wasn't up that much, but certainly the tech stocks were, and we're proceeding to put in a nice bounce so far on the market. Not a bounce, but just a continuation. Meta. So Meta kind of led the charge. META led the charge. Big gap up, 9%. That is a big move with 2.2 billion in the float. This is an earnings play, of course. Now, if you want to buy Meta, I didn't know they had one, but FBL, I guess from the old days, Facebook long. So there's an ETF designed specifically for Meta. Good volume, 314,000 shares, so it's pretty liquid. Okay, so if you wanted to buy Meta, but you didn't want to buy the stock, you could take this ETF. It is a 2 times. So, okay, you'll get, so if Meta goes up 1%, this will go up 2%. Yeah, Torty, you scared me. Okay, BBLG, guys, BBLG. Now, I don't know if N Mamba's in the room today. I think he said he was going to hold this one. He bought this one yesterday. I think it was BBLG. Anyway, nice. It's not an earnings play. By the way, guys, I know I'm flipping around here, but look at all the earnings plays. I cannot fit them all on my screen. I can scroll all the way down. I cannot fit all the earnings plays on my screen. I say we're in earnings season in a big way now. So anyway, there's BBLG. BBLG. Through the 200-day moving average, I do not see any specific news on it. Just give me a moment. Again, I seem to have a problem. I have to reload my news in Interactive Brokers every day. It didn't make any difference in terms of showing me what sort of news there was for BBLG. I mean, the news is just $1 million in the float. Okay, I mean, that's really the news. So somewhere, some group has got a hold of it. I think this is this is under $1, so I don't really look at these ones. But the other one that was just ripping, where are you? Oh, maybe it's not. Maybe it's fallen a bit. I'm trying to find MDJH. MDJH. So I guess it's not up 10% anymore or 9% anymore. It must be lower. MDJH. Yeah, it's only, okay, I see what's happened. So it has come all the way back down. It's only up 2.5% now. Wow. IMRX. Is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. This is up, 33%. IMRX. Trading higher after the company announced granted fast track designation from the FDA. Okay, so that is the deal for IMMX. I'm sorry, IMRX. So many Nova's and earnings play, guys. I think, remember, was this week's trade of the week or was it last week's? Anyway, Nova's an earnings play through the 200-day moving average. Shake Shack. I still don't think there's a Shake Shack in Canada. It's definitely not in Vancouver. But there we go. Look at this. Wow, what a move! What a move! $103 now for Shake Shack, up 18%. Very low, pretty low float. 37 million in the float. Now Moderna. This could be an interesting one, guys. Moderna mRNA. This is an earnings play through 100, through the 200-day moving average, and this is an earnings play. Okay, for mRNA. Left, yeah, there might be some support coming into it, or might be coming into some support. On the weekly chart, you can kind of look. See that there's some, looks like there could be some support down there. We'll have to see. But Moderna, probably it is just my guess. It's going to be FBSS. FBSS. Let's take a look. Oh, well, I'm wrong. I mean, FBL is the long version. I thought they might make it FBS, but I guess not. I don't know. Off the top of my head, I don't know. Carvana, my goodness, Carvana. I was talking about this one yesterday. Carvana is an earnings play, $147 now. We were talking about this one yesterday, how many analysts have egg on their face on this one, thinking this was going to zero. And what a recovery. Now it's still about half from its highs during the pandemic when it got up to about $300, but still, what a recovery from $4. Not that long ago, and now $147. W is an earnings play. Where are you? Are you still down a lot? Where's W? Here you are. So W is an earnings play. Wayfair is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. Okay. I'm able to see it here. There's the FBL right there. I'm surprised it's not FBS. You just don't see it anywhere. Okay, let's take a look at ALXO. ALXO is down a lot, 34%. This is not an earnings play. This was this has been steadily moving down fairly steadily for the last couple of weeks, 3 weeks. Mobileye, yeah, it's a big gap down for Mobileye, down 13% now, 13%, and breaking down through that weekly chart. Nothing holding it now for, let's take a look at the monthly to see where the next low is. Boy, this is, I don't have to do that. This is an all-time low now for MBLY, all-time low. Wow, all-time low. Thank you, Pepe. It's interesting they don't have a meta short, but the Direxion one is at Met D. Okay, so if you want to short Facebook, you could buy this at Met D. What's the volume like? Yeah, the volume is really low. So that's a big problem. Only 6,000 shares. Wonder why Granite doesn't have meta short. Anyway, oh, you would have to be really careful on this because there's no volume. Guys, I still have this LSH. I actually traded this one late, but nice little move for me late. This is the LSH. I closed down the room by this. Well, I was out of the room by this time, But yeah, it had a nice move from 332 up to 380. Able to take advantage of a little bit of that. So, but the big deal for this one still has to be a breaker 450. This is an IPO back here. 1.5 million shares issued approximately. We have 1.8 million in the float, but if it takes out 450, that is the IPO price. And that's why I have a price alert here. May not happen ever. May not happen today, but I have an alert set up here just in case it does happen. Boy, Novavax is still weakening. I mean, it looks like if you look at the daily chart on this, it looks like there's pretty good support around 1164. That was the low yesterday, 1163. You can see in the daily chart a lot of action right around there. If it took that out, I mean, if I'm going to have to put an alert there because if it takes that area out, there's a lot of move or a lot of room underneath for it to move. So many guys. I mean, TS is another earnings play. Is it up or down? E gap down. Where's TS? So we see it anywhere. TDoc, another earnings play, down a lot. So TS, Tenaris. TS is another earnings play down. The reason I'm maybe interested in this one is look at the weekly chart and look how it's broken down out of all of this on the weekly chart for TS. Run is running here, guys. So my guess, I mean, Nova is running. It's not an earnings play. They have earnings August 6th. Let's take a look at the ETF for the solar energy for the solar sector. TAN, yeah, it's not up that much actually. So Run is running on its own, not because of the sector. Sunrun's greenhouse gas emissions reduction targets approved by Science Based Targets Initiative. Okay. I don't know if I don't know. I'll be around by 2050, but the net zero target verified by 2050. Speaking of, I was reading this morning about the autonomous, well, the drive. What's the word? Roadless driving or something like that. I think that's what they're trying to call it. Approved now in Minnesota. First one was, I think, Vermont or Maine for 2064. We're talking the Jetsons. We're talking the Jetsons, literally. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. They're all going to be up, but let's take a look anyway. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. 60% in red. That means 60% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close. Interesting. Let's take a look at Hess, probably an earnings play, HES, July 31st pre-market. So this was an earnings play yesterday, HES. Wow, that's a pretty big gap down now. Not bad volume, 81,000 shares. So that's S. Sorry, S. Hess, HES. Take a look if there's any other. There's that Carvana. Shoe Carnival, SCVL. No volume. No volume at all. Lumen. Now, this one was big yesterday, of course. Wow, a lot of volume. A lot of volume, guys. Already a million share, 1.2 million shares. It's only up 14 cents, but got to keep an eye on this one. Lumen, LUMN, the high on the 15 yesterday. It looks like around 346. So that's LUMN, very low float. Yeah, but dip buyer, you know what could have happened, with the Nova and earnings. You know what could have happened. So Mobileye continues down, guys. MBLY, all-time low, all-time low. Yeah, thanks, Marvin. Yeah, Pepe already mentioned that one. The problem with it is doesn't trade very much. 8,000 shares for the for that short. Just doesn't trade very much. Compare that to the FBL from Granite, which is 380,000 shares right now. So surprised it didn't do an FBS. Mobileye, guys. Wow. I mean, this is super weak. I mean, obviously super weak. It's an all-time low. MBLY, all-time low. I'm seeing NRSN in my gap up. It just showed up in my gap up, and yeah, it's just basically right at $1 now. 200-day moving average is $1.10, approximately 109. So it's got to get through that. NRSN, and as you pointed out, William, positive announces positive. Well, two very truncated press release. Positive biomarker data from. Well, this is another AL. This is an ALS play, phase 2B. Meanwhile, Novavax, guys, NVAX getting closer and closer to this little area down here. Boy, it takes out 1150. There's no real support. ALGM, guys, is on the move here a little bit. ALGM is on the move. So many guys. I mean, wow. However, look at this one. Look at the room it's got. Look at the room that this ALGM has got. Now, the high 5 days ago, 5 or 6 days ago, is 26.23. That's still far enough away, I guess. 200-day moving average is up here. ALGM is an earnings play, trying to recover. I mean, this has just been beaten down. Hassan in our YouTube room. Okay, let's take a look at TMDX. Let's take a look. I don't see it on my see it anywhere. TMDX. Oh, that's why it's out. Yeah, nice move. It's all-time high now. Yeah, nice one, Hassan. In our YouTube room, pointing this one out. I'm not seeing it because it's outside the price range that I normally trade, but definitely a nice earnings play. It's an all-time high now. TMDX, all-time high. Released earnings after hours yesterday. And let's take a look at Oppenheimer raises their price target to $200 from 125 by Oppenheimer. That is the TMDX. Now, what's the market doing? So the market is now putting in a red bar. Let me just quickly, what time is it now? 9:20. Let me just quickly take a look at the economic calendar, see what's on store for us today. So we had at 8:30, we had the initial jobless claims. So let's take a look at, was there any real reaction? You know what? I've got something going on here. Why do I have history here? Ah, you fool. Okay, now I understand. Okay, so at 8:30 we had the jobless claims, muted reaction. We had a spike up, spike down. Okay, so that was the jobless claims, and at 8:30 we had productivity and costs. So the next big one is at 9:45. We've got the PMI manufacturing final, and then at 10 o'clock we've got the ISM manufacturing index. We also at 10 o'clock we have the construction spending. And that's about it. There's no presidents talking now. Fed presidents talking now for a while. So 9:45 and at 10 o'clock we'll have some economic indicators that could affect the market a bit. Okay. Well, Tiva an earning Oliver? Wasn't Tiva an earnings play yesterday? Maybe I'm wrong. I know Tiva was an active day yesterday. So yeah, it was an earnings play yesterday. At least we have it yesterday, July 31st, pre-market. So that was the reaction yesterday. I'm sorry, yesterday right here. So kind of a mixed reaction. It got up to 1806. It was down to 1685. So kind of a mixed reaction. All right, guys. I'm gonna get my well, I'll give it another couple of minutes, get my layout loaded. I've changed a few things, which you will see. Not in the scans, but in the charts. I'm trying to fully embrace the go no go charts now. Fully embrace them. TAL, guys, I'm hearing TAL. TAL is an earnings play. TAL, China Education Stock. TAL, earnings play. And this is now, it's not a lifetime low, but so TAL is an earnings play breaking down. Let's take a look at EDU. It's usually can trade in tandem with it. EDU, yeah, EDU is moving down. It's not an earnings play. It was an earnings play yesterday, actually. So really a muted reaction yesterday. I'm sorry, that was the reaction yesterday. I'm sorry, that was the reaction yesterday. EDU on that big red candle down. And TAL is an earnings play today. So William, are you going to keep the room open till what, 4:35 today? Or so? 4:30, 4:35? I know you're not. And the reason I say that, I'm sure you know why I'm saying that. Apple releases earnings, but they like to really tease the market. They don't release right after four. They like to release around 4:30 ish. All right, guys. Well, there's the ALGM now. So, I mean, what a level for it to try to. I mean, it's still got a ways to go, but if it can take out that 2623, or maybe that stalls it. I mean, that might stall it also. ALGM. I mean, there was a reason why this was just moving down, down, down. Had a decent day yesterday, trying to recovery yesterday. Might have been just because of the overall market. But there's ALGM. It is an earnings play today, and yeah, I mean, if it can get through that high. The volume, it's not not huge. It's a big float, 103 million in the float. So that's it's a pretty decent move, 6% with that float. All right, guys, I'm going to get the yeah. I mean, nobody's talking about trading it now, of course. Yeah, it's a tough spread right now, but it could get interesting if it can take that high out right over here. Okay, guys, I want to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. I rearrange some things on my other monitor. Okay, I think I've got everything set now. As always, guys, if you have our AI, then this is what I would do. I would only have this. I would only have this open, okay? And to find this screen right here, just click on New from the toolbar. Pick the middle one. We have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick that middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window, okay? And this is what you're going to see. The other thing I would do is make sure in the filter section it says none. That's my opinion anyway. I would uncheck, probably checked as profitable trades. I would uncheck that. I would want to see the alerts all day long, regardless of where they are. And as you notice, this screen is blank right now. The window is blank right now. There will be no alerts until at least 9:40. Okay. And you can incorporate this if you have our AI. You can incorporate this as part of your layout, so you don't have to do the same thing every day. Just incorporate it as part of your layout. All right. Yeah. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to this open, guys. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. And yeah, there's the Meta popping, guys. Meta is popping here. META popping. Pre-market high is up here at 522. So it's very close to that pre-market high. All right, guys, we got about 10 seconds. This race will start in at 9:30 Eastern time. There we go. So now let's see what's happening. And this momentum scan will be pretty. There's the BBLG. Now Moderna is showing up on the gap down already, guys. The 10-day daily breakdown showing up already. Carvana also had a drop already, guys. Carvana, CVNA had a drop on this market open. Now, Novavax, did it take out that area? Wow, it's getting close. Look at that. Look at that area right down here, 1158. It got very close, and it held so far. Genie, guys, Geni, Geni. I don't know what this is. Not an earnings play. It is just didn't really see this in the pre-market. A big pop here for Genie, Geni. Max, I think, is an earning. Well, there's so much happening right now in the momentum scan. Max, I believe, is an earnings play. MAX, I think this is an earnings play. Yes, it is. Look at this. Look at this open here. This was actually down at the beginning, but it is now gone positive. No, I guess it wasn't down. I'm sorry. It was not down ever. It's up 30% now. It pulled back down here to 17. Mobileye keeps making a new low here, guys. Mobileye, MBLY. This is an all-time low for Mobileye. MBLY, all-time low. Now, Lumen. Where's Lumen? Lumen, I think, is trying to make a move here. The high of yesterday, or not yesterday, but 2 days ago, is very close to that high, which is 344, very close to that high. Very low float, about $1 million in the float, very low float. Another earnings play, guys. APTV, another earnings play. Man, so many. All right, now here's the ALGM. Key, look at this level that if it can take out. Now it just pulled right back, You can see it hit that price and then it fell right off it. So what I'm going to do is reset that price alert and see if it takes it out later. Zeta, ZETA is another earnings play, guys. Zeta is another earnings play. All-time high. Zeta is an all-time high. ZETA is an all-time high. And it's an earnings play. Spiked up to 25.53. Is pulled right back down. See, look how choppy things can be in the first 15 minutes. I mean, look at this one. Max got up to 18.25 and then all the way back down to 17.16. So, that's why I typically do not like to trade in the first 15. Not that things are all settled after the first 15, but certainly more so than in the first 15 minutes. Yep, and I run the risk of missing something that just keeps running. Like APTV. APTV is, let's see, what year? This is an earnings play. APTV is an earnings play. MGM. Wow, look at MGM. MGM's an earnings play, guys. MGM is an earnings play. Gapping down now. SPY is still strong, pretty strong. Had the pullback, but now it's still pretty strong. Mobileye continues down, guys. Mobileye, MBLY continues down, all-time low. Earnings play, MBLY continues down. Wyatt in our YouTube room talking about Caterpillar, probably an earnings play, right? Didn't see it. It's probably outside the price range I normally look at. Yeah, that's why. But yeah, strong. Actually, yeah. So on a percentage basis, it's up 0.81%. Not a lot of volume yet. Actually, it's not an earnings play. It is, sorry, excuse me. It is not an earnings play. They don't release until August 6th. And we have our first halt of the day. And let's see, what is it doing? Halting on the way up. Okay, guys, this could give us an opportunity. AMWL. It's an earnings play. It actually is an earnings play. Didn't really see it, probably because the volume was too low. Didn't see it in the pre-market. AMWL is an earnings play, and it's halted right now. On the weekly chart, let's see where it could. It's got some room. Wow, so many earnings plays. LTH is an earnings play. Whoa! I had this one thumbnail. This just got halted. WINT just got halted. WINT just got halted and took all this out. Shoot, I had this thumbnail. I was just going to mention it. I have it thumbnailed over here, and I was just going to mention it. Keep an eye on it, and it just got halted, guys. And this looks like it's going to have an explosion on earnings. Sorry, on the when it resumes. So this is the first time I'm showing this. This is this blue screen you see here. Blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? And you can't see the symbol, but it is the WINT halted at 1016. This column here is giving kind of a glimpse of where it could open when it resumes. And you can see it's way above that 1016. Doesn't have to hold, of course. It's not written in stone, these numbers, but if you're in this one right now, that's what you want to see. You want to see a number above the halt price. Now, typically they are a 5-minute halt. So if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:43 plus 1 second if it's a 5-minute halt. Good morning, Paradox. Okay, guys. Another one that just got halted. AAMC got halted. Look what came right back. Look what came right back. Carvana. CVNA, another earnings play, came right back. Yeah, market open got down to 138 and right back up. Man, oh man, man, oh man. Whew, lots of action, guys. AMTX just got halted on the way down, though. Okay, AAMC was halted, I think, also on the way down. But this is the big one, WINT. Where is it going to open? Still looking strong on the open, drifting down a little bit. But again, 1016 is the halt price. Potential open in that 1060 area. I put a price alert for the SPY for some reason. Ah, I know why. Wanted to see if it could take out this area here. So yeah, so the SPY's on the move. All right, guys. Well, we're 10 minutes in. No AI alerts yet. It was very active yesterday. Too active, in my opinion. I'd like to see more. For me, five alerts a day would be probably ideal. Look at the SPY. Just as I speak, we have an AI alert. Well, let me keep an eye on this. Wint to see where it's going to open 943 if it's again a 5-minute halt. And we are getting closer. We're about less than a minute away if it's a 5-minute halt for WINT opening. Now remember, it is a insanely low float. We have about 500 and 600,000 in the float, which is ridiculously low. So that's why a stock can be up. Well, it's only up 11% now, but you can see moves like 200, 300%. And this one opened, AMWL did open, but let's keep an eye on this one. Another 15 seconds or so for this to open if it's a 5-minute halt for WINT. And I'm seeing now 11. I'm seeing now 11. Well, again, rather anticlimactic unless it's a little bit delayed. Okay, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt, looks like. So typically they are 5-minute halts, but if it's not a 5-minute halt, a multiple of 5, so the next one would be 10. So this looks like this is going to be a 10-minute halt. Oh, look at this SPY action, guys. Look at that SPY. Wow. All-time high, of course. No, I'm sorry. Maybe not. Sorry. Not quite. No, I'm sorry. I misspoke. 565 on that area is the all-time high. It's not going up, Gregory. It's just an indication of where it could open. It's not going up. In our YouTube room, How is the price going up while the stock is halted? It's not going up. It's just an indication of where the bid and ask are stacking up. That's all it is. It's not going up at all. Okay. This column here is just an indicator of where it could open. That's all. FMC, guys, FMC must be an earnings play, probably an earnings play. All right, guys, BBLG on the way down now. That's not holding its gains. Okay, guys, FMC on the move here. FMC core on the move. It's an earnings play. However, next high is looking left, pretty close on the weekly chart. It looks like it's around 68.72. So very close. A couple of highs right there. Okay, we have a reversal now. Wow, we have a big reversal now for Novavax. Look what that held. How that held this little area down here. We are talking about that in the pre-market for Novavax, NVAX. Could this hold as support? It got right into it, and it just held. And now look at the bounce. Look at the bounce for it. Novavax, NVAX. Now you would think that reversal plays will probably work, decently as long as the market keeps doing what it's doing. All right, PRM is an earnings play, guys. PRM is an earnings play out of probably for tax purposes out of Luxembourg. Okay. Nova continues here, guys. Nova's an earnings play, continuing higher. If you look at a weekly chart, the next high is it's got room. Wow, it's got a lot of room. A lot of room on a weekly chart anyway. Next high is 11.89, almost 12. A couple of dollars away, approximately. Look at CVNA. Man, what a reversal. Look at this reversal of CVNA. Looked pretty bleak at the very beginning, 138, $10. Wint resumed. What a what a resumption. Got halted at 10.16. It gapped up to 12.34, pulled back, but it is now it's up 23%. The volume is exploding, of course. Well, just the reversal plays. I mean, as long as the market keeps doing this, as long as the market doesn't have to be, ripping higher, as long as it's not moving down. Reversal plays. Some of these reversal plays, could be pretty good. But then you've got companies like TAL, which is an earnings play, gapping down on earnings. There's a gap down and go. TAL is so weak now. You missed it. Tried to get it at 878, and I just missed it. 863 now for the TAL. So this stock is still up for the day. Max is still up for the day, but it is really giving it up. I mean, it got up to $19 and it's now down to 669. Okay, it's still up 14% for the day, but really giving it up. All right, guys, Lumen looks good. Okay, this is a LUMN, looks pretty good to me. LUMN, it's looks like it's trying to settle down a little bit and move. If you have the AI, you know it's an AI alert also. Yeah, AI's got a lot of alerts now, guys. Now there are stocks that are gapping down and moving lower still. I mean, on earnings, APLS, but APLS. I mean, if there's going to be a bounce in this, you would think at this level, you know, are getting close to that level. The lows are around 36.28. Okay, it's at 36.75 now. But if you look at the daily chart, you can see there's some lows right there that could hold it, and maybe for a bounce for the APLS. All right, so 10 o'clock. Oh, I thought it was 10 o'clock. Yeah, so we have some economic numbers coming out at 10 o'clock. Look at Carvana. Wow. Well, whatever he's saying, the CEO on CNBC is doing a heck of a job. All right, guys. Well, obviously, a key area for this to try to take out, it will be the $4 level, okay, for Lumen, LUMN. Wow, look at Moderna, guys. Moderna came right back up through $100 now. And maybe let's take a look at I think the 200-day moving average is, I don't have it on my chart. 200-day moving average. I have to put that on here. 200-day moving average is 105. Okay, so it's still below the 200-day moving average. Come on, Lumen, take out 4. Now this is halted on the way down, I guess. WINT halted on the way down. All right, this one from yesterday, IMNN. Saw this one yesterday, or maybe a couple of days ago. I had a huge day. Give me one moment. What color do I want? There's another one, guys. It's TWOU has. I'm still sort of amazed that it has not completely and utterly given it up, gone back from whence it came a few days ago, but it is still strong. All right, Lumen, LUMN, guys, LUMN at 4 now, big level. Let me see on the monthly chart where it could keep going. So the next high looking left is around 562. So there is room for LUMN. I'm not saying it's going to get there. Okay, guys, I have taken some off, okay, in case it cannot get through 4 in a big way. I've taken some of the LUMN off, just in case it cannot get through that 4 level. Now, I don't mind showing now that LUMN, I did not get 370. I got in a little later, but there was the AI alert at 370. Okay, so this is a gap down and reversal play, guys. It's is an earnings. It is earnings August 1st, yeah. So it's an earnings play. VNT, a gap down and reverse, trying to reverse. All right, Lumen. Okay, you're at over 4 now. And again, Lumen, you can see is winning a race. Time is it now? 9:59. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to go over everything on my homepage. Excuse me, including the scans that you can have that I'm sharing. Okay, including this race that you see here. So on the monthly chart, again, we've got that room. This is back. When was this? This was back February of last year. But again, be careful. It's a very, very low float. All right. So the 10 o'clock numbers came out. JK is posting them. So big miss. Okay. Well, let's take a look. The SPY is definitely dropping somewhat. I don't know anymore, JK. I just don't know anymore. BMEA guy. Now, I kept seeing this one early. This is not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 29th. Okay. There was a reaction right there. No big reaction, actually. But Maya Fusion. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Wainwright has a $15 price target. JP Morgan cuts the target to 11 from 15. Okay, so OR now, here could be the issue for OR, AUR. Okay, you're looking right, well, it's got a little bit of room. That high right there is 439, 428 right now. It's an earnings play. AUR is an earnings play. Boy, if it can take, I wish all this stuff wasn't there, but it's definitely a nice move. You can see it's also an AI alert at 420. All right, so TDOC is another one, a gap down and reversal play. TDOC, another, and it's at the high right now, 883. It has room, obviously, till about 986 or so, almost 10. Not saying it's going to get there, but it is trying to reverse. Market is trying to also reverse a bit after that little downturn. Williams suggesting that ARM, which is an earnings play, I think, right? Yeah, ARM is an earnings play. And it is, wow, it is really 134 down to 127. And what William is talking about, there are the after hours lows at 126. All right, guys, I'm just looking at a few of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Carvana continues to try to hold that 150 level, CVNA. Now this one, I didn't see this one, what happened when it came out of the halt, AMWL. I mean, it's got a little bit of room, 1172, looks like 1172, 1160 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart, is that right? Yeah. So this has got about $1 to the next high in the weekly chart, and that is AMWL. It is an earnings play. I don't like the spread, 1061, 1080. Don't like that spread at all. Yeah, man, BMEA continues, guys. What a lot of room on obviously on the weekly chart, $12. So Wainwright's putting this $15 price target on it. Okay, Lumen is trying to come back a little bit. See if we can take out 4 again, LUMN. Man, oh man, BMEA just ripping here, guys. I mean, look at that again. It's got the room. Is this shortable for me? It is shortable for me. I have 92,000 shares available at Interactive Broker, so it is shortable. I don't see any news on it. It had new, well, July 29th had earnings. Nothing, no reaction really. I'm looking at the daily chart. Really not a big reaction to earnings. And the only thing I can see is this Wainwright pumping it with a $15 price target. That's the only thing I can see on it today. Guys, Lumen approaching 4 again, LUMN approaching 4 again. That takes out 4 the second time. That could get it really going. 405 was the high. Now there's the pullback, big pullback for BMEA. Yeah, I kind of thought this AUR could stall in this area, and it really has. What did it get up to? It got up to 434. You can just see on the daily chart, you can see all the action right around that area, and that's kind of where it's stalled. And this is an earnings play. Okay, another earnings play, guys. CWAN. Now, okay, let's take a look on this go no go chart. So CWAN is an earnings play. I'm looking left on the weekly. I don't see anything. Not. Let's see where it is in the lifetime high. So let's take a look on a monthly chart to see where it could go. So looking left on the monthly chart, looks like the next high is 2270. So it looks like, yeah, there's some room on the monthly chart anyway. So I'm, I want to see how well this holds over 22. The CWAN. Stick an alert up in this area 2206 and see if it reclaims that. However, now we're getting that big that big sell off on the SPY. So we have a little disconnect in the market still. We've got the Dow down, Nas is up. So we have a little disconnect in the market. SPY is still up. Okay. Disconnect meaning the value stocks versus the growth stocks. The Dow down, Nas up still. All right, Lumen. Let's see if it can really rip from here now, guys. Yeah, how well it holds over 4. Remember, looking left on that monthly chart has room to about 5. But if you're in this one, do not leave your computer, okay? It has such a low float. You have to be on top of this the entire time. Whoa, AUR is back too. AUR is back into that area. It's not it's not caring what the market's doing. AUR is not caring. Here's my little I don't know if you heard my cat in the background there, but well, I mean, if AUR, to me, I mean, there's still some resistance between the current price, 437, and around 450, but I may be wrong. Oh, you are right. I'm sorry. It's 900. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe that float. I'm sorry. I could have sworn, I mean, I should have looked a little more closely. It does say million. I just don't believe it. Even though I think we went to the other website. Yeah, I mean, they don't have it, which means that it is a high float. It's hard for me to believe that that's correct, okay? That a stock can be that volatile with that amount in the float. But whatever the float is, who cares? It's working, guys. It's working. I'm in. Yes, I am. Yes, Nestor. Yes. Yeah, it makes no sense to me. No sense. 30%. I mean, it's not just today. I mean, look at all the big moves this has had. It doesn't make any sense to me that that is the correct float, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's moving. Just give me a moment, guys. I took some profit just before four, Nestor. Okay, in case it didn't take out four as earlier. I guess you weren't in the room at that time. Listen, you've got to have your own plan, Nestor. You've got to please. In fact, I take some thought. I mean, I shouldn't have. I mean, it popped up. But that's just my style, you know. Always always kind of thinking that a stock might have a tough time getting through a whole number. So I always like to take some profit ahead of it. One moment, please. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm not big on that, Alex. Adding on, I usually take my full position right off the bat. I mean, I will every now and then, but I usually take my full position right off the bat. But again, that's not a recommendation to do that. Well, how much room? I mean, if you look at a monthly chart for Lumen, the question in our YouTube room is how much room. I mean, obviously, I don't know if it's going to get there, but on a monthly chart, because I can't see anything when I look left on the weekly chart. When I look at a monthly chart, you just have to see there's your next high is 578. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high on the monthly chart. If I probably, there could be some weeks within that month that are obviously less. That's what I'm saying right now. So Bill in our YouTube room is saying there's 731 million in the float for Lumen. Okay, whatever that is, it's a high float for a stock to be moving like it is. All right, what is FDSB? We're not even loading it here. FDSB, I don't know what this is. Loading into Interactive Brokers, but it's not loading into our charts. I don't know if this is new. It looks like, sorry, it is loading. It is loading. So this is What was this, a SPAC that turned into FDSB, or is this actually an IPO today? I know Casa or Draw, you post them. I don't know what the situation is here for the FDSB. So it's not an IPO. So what this is SPAC? It started trading today. I don't see any pre-market action though. All right, guys. TS is looking weak. Okay, it's an earnings play looking weak with the market. Market is now a pretty decent sell-off now. Dow's down quite a bit. Well, it's down. Nas is still up. SPY has just gone negative. Hey guys, that's it for me and the Lumen. Okay, as it started getting back down to the 4 level. So I'm out of the Lumen completely. So FDSB then. So it's new today. Maybe what was a symbol name change or no? It was an IPO. Okay, I'm seeing it's an IPO was priced at $10. So I guess it was not on your list drop. So this was 10. It was priced at $10. It's a little bit above the IPO price. Okay, guys, 10:22. So I'm going to go over my home page and information you can find on it. The promo code is still good. Yeah, no, you should have got an email yesterday. The promo code has been extended till at least tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. And I'll show you what I'm talking about. So clicking on my homepage link. So that promo code is still alive. Okay, so Barry25, that'll get you 25% off first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. As always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code, whatever it is on my homepage. That'll really help to keep the room free. The room gets credit for the subscription, helping to keep the room free. Okay. You take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos, starting off with download and install, first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit more. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. 10 short videos covering the important aspects of trade ideas. If you are new to trading, Trading 101, this is for you. A free series of videos for you if you're new to trading. Okay. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. That is free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section. There's a great user guide. Again, the user guide. More detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Here's the getting started. I'm going to go over this race that I'm running, but here's how you can create your own race, TI stock race. Okay. I put price alerts on charts all the time. If you want to create your own watch list of symbols that you want to follow, here's how you do it. Again, there's a lot in the user guide. You don't have to learn everything. Scrolling down a bit more, there's the getting started. Now, daily support sessions. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One or the other trader takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will confirm that before I do take my break. I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube when I do take my break between 12 and 1. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders take over for me. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea to head over and listen to somebody else's take on the market, okay? And last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. So if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down, middle section. Here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. So this race right here, there's the race right here, that top one. I do have two other races that I'm sharing. These are larger cap races, not as volatile as this one. This is the halt resumes right over here. This is the momentum scan, which is very, very active. And then this is the continuation or reversal scan right here. But as you can see, I do have a lot of other scans that I'm sharing. I do not have them all up and running at the same time, okay? And that would be my recommendation is not to have them all up and running at the same time. You'll have way too much on your plate. But, you can take a look at some of them. So what is Trade Ideas? I'd like to demonstrate what it's all about by taking a look at this momentum scan. I'll just get it. I'll just get it free floating, so it's a little easier to see. So this is an alert window. Okay, that's why it says A in the upper left-hand corner. Now, there are many screening programs out there. We screen, but what we're excellent at is real-time alerting. That's what we call a scanner, real-time alert scanning. So if I right-click on this alert window, click on Configure, and then click on Summary. So this is the screening aspect. Of course, we can screen. This is the screening aspect. So in this scan that I've created, if the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least 3. That means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This is why I call a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 4%, 400% of normal. Okay, so bottom line is this: if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we're going to get a real-time alert. So you can see now with the market doing what it's doing, okay, moving down, the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was QTWO at 1016. Now the time is right now 1028. Now this is a very active scanner, so you can just tell what's happening with the market. Okay, so, we're putting in some lows now. So there have been no stocks meeting all these filter requirements that made a new high for the day since 1016. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can get it. It's on my homepage. But if you wanted to make some changes, of course you can. For instance, you might not like that price range. Maybe you have a filter that you would like to add. Maybe you want to take something out. That's up to you. But if you like it the way it is, it's on my homepage. Okay. You want to create your own scans from scratch? Of course you can. Excuse me. So when I click on the search, right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. And right at the very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, we have a lot of other real-time alerts that you can use. And I keep scrolling down, get these icons. These are the filters that we've got, the screeners. So first of all, if you're looking at this for the first time or relatively new, don't think to yourself, man, this is way too difficult. How am I going to learn them all? Well, the good news is you don't have to learn all of these real-time alerts and all the filters. The only reason there are so many, and I think this makes sense, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously then they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters in order to satisfy the majority of our customers who wanted to create their own scan. So that's the only reason why there were so many. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. That does not mean that the rest of these are no good. It just means for me, for my trading style, that's all I needed. Your trading style may be very different. All right, so Mindy tracks X in our YouTube room. What's the best way to get notified if there's a first green candle after X amount of red candles on the 1 minute chart? I'm not sure about a notification, but you can at least find stocks, okay, using our consecutive down. Let me just show you. Let me expand that just again. So we do now. This is what you could try to do. Okay, so we do have a consecutive on the 1 minute red candles. Okay, so if I right click, configure, and click on search, and Mindy, hopefully you can hear me and see what I'm doing, right? Before I keep going. I'm going to wait until I hear you say yes. You can hear me and see my screen. Okay, good. So if you click on that search, so click on an alert window and or any alert window, and now click on the search. Now type in consecutive. If I typed it in correctly, you will see. There you go. Consecutive candles. So 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute. So if you add that filter, now how we show consecutive candles now, we go to the max and we use a negative number in the max. So your X amount, so whatever that X amount is, let's say you wanted five, you put -5, okay? So that would mean that the stock has to have had 5 1 minute candles down at least. Now, as an alert, you might want to try maybe a new 5 minute high to see if that stalls it and then moves higher, okay? Now there is another one. Now that's on if that makes sense, okay? That would be the first thing I might try. So you put whatever the number is. Now we do have on a see on the what is it called reversal, but I'm not sure it'll be on a yeah. We don't have 1 minute. We have a 2 minute green reversal bar. Never used it, and I think you can put the count. I believe that tells you how many 2 minutes you want down before it reverses. Okay, but you can see we don't have 1 minute. But you can try that first, okay? You can so you can determine how many 5 minute, 1 minute candles, 1 minute candles you want down in a row using the max. I put a negative number, and then maybe a new high, a new 5 minute high, or maybe a running up, something like that. Okay, something that might show that that's over, the 5 minutes is over, and now it's starting to move higher. Okay, I've never tried that. Okay, I've never used it, so now the other thing except it's not on 1 minute. Let me see if I can. One of my scans is a bouncer's toppers. Okay, just give me a moment as I try to find it. This is my homepage. I just want to load it first. Okay, so it's called the bouncer's toppers. Okay, so now these are stocks. When it's in orange, this is looking for. These are stocks that might have topped out and might start to fall. Okay, this as an example, KSS might have. I mean, what it's looking for is stocks that are really being beaten up. Now you can start watching to see if they bounce at all. But let me just show you. In your particular case, I want to get the potential bouncers up. and show you what it's looking for because you can always adjust it. I know I'm going quickly here. So I have got 5 minute candles now. So you could make a change to this and put 1 minute if you want, and then how many you want down. You could change that if you wanted to. Does that make sense? And keep the other filters in place. So these are looking for stocks that are potentially oversold. And then the trigger would be a new, like a 2 minute hammer, a new 5 minute high. Okay, but you'll get alerted when a new low is happening also, because it could be that you're going to bounce at some point. Okay, so you can take this as it is, or you could also, instead of the consecutive, in my consecutive candles, you could change that to a 1 minute instead of a 5 minute. Does all that make sense? So I can give you this. This is on my homepage, and these are just two. These are two multi-strategy window. It's got the two in there, the toppers that might be reversing or the bouncers that might be reversing. So on my homepage, and like anything, Mindy, and anybody else who's listening, these scans that I put together, that's kind of what I like to see, but it doesn't exactly have to be what you like to see, obviously. Okay. You can change the price range, you can make adjustments to it. I call this maybe like a template that you can start with. And if you like it the way it is, great. But you can always make changes. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna type it in here. Okay, so I just put it in there. There's my homepage link. Okay, and when you click on it, so when you click on it, just scroll down until you see the scan section right here, and then I've got the bouncers and toppers are here. So, for instance, if you don't care about stocks that are topping out and reversing, all you have to do is this, because again, this is a multi-strategy window. Two scans are in here. I right click over and hover over strategy. Now you see, if you don't care about stocks that have topped out and maybe reversing down, you can just uncheck it. All you care about are bouncers, and just keep that one checked if that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, no problem. I hope it works out for you. Kind of get the looks that you are looking for. Wow, guys, AUR is still doing its thing here. So, guys, I am in this short of TS. It's just basically right where I shorted it. So I'm still in this short of TS. It really hasn't moved much. Okay, guys, let me go over this race here. Okay, in a moment. Well, AUR, guys. Well, I'm going to be wrong here. Well, let's see. I mean, the 450 level to me still looks like it could be resistance, but who knows? Maybe it won't be. Maybe I should just follow this go no go and take that trade right here. I'm going to go over this go no go in a bit, guys. I know this is I'm basically trying to fully embrace the whole concept. Okay, that's why I got it on the daily and the weekly now, not just on the 3 minute chart. Let me go over the race. This is another way to look at the market. So again, if you go to my homepage and go to the education section and then go to the guide, there's a whole section on PI stock racing, how you can create your own race. But this is the race that I'm sharing, but I also have two other races that I'm sharing. I'm just not displaying them. And those are large cap races. So if you're more into the large cap stocks, you might want to take a look at those races. This race here is going to be a lot more volatile than the large cap stocks, if that makes sense. And I'll show you what I mean. All races start off from a top list window, okay? So if I right click on this race and open the top list, this is the top list window that I'm using to create this race with my parameters. Notice when I right click on the top list window, it says one of the options is launch the real-time stock race. So that's what I mean. You can create your own top list window with your own parameters and then launch your race from it. You want to do that. Now, I should have gone over this a little bit before I looked at the top list, so I'll get rid of this. So what you're seeing here, so AUR just won the last race, and that's the third race it won. And what's kind of really good about the way the racing is look at AUR now. I was totally wrong on this one. So how the race works is this. I'm running 4 minute races. Now, again, you can run whatever time period you want. Okay, that's why I'm saying you go to the education section, go to the guide, go to TI stock racing. You can create your own race with your own time frame. So, what's happening here? And there's the IVP draw. I was just mentioning IVP. Since the race started, about a little more than a minute ago, or less than a minute ago, IVP has moved the most, 1.66%. Okay, that's what that means. Since the race started, it has moved 1.66%. Now you can see it's been supplanted by CDNA, which has moved 0.84%. Not huge, not huge numbers, but in this race you can see some really volatile moves. You can see things are moving 5, 10%. Okay, right now nothing really shaky. And what happens is, if a stock wins a race, the more well, you can see right here that there's a top 10 list that is created of the stocks that have won the most races. And so then the number one position is AUR because it has won 3 races, all the way down to the number 10 position. So this is a great way of you're just focusing on these stocks all day long. Okay. If you're new to trading, trading can be overwhelming, with all the information, especially even this is an active trading room. And I understand. I mean, I'm clicking on a lot of different alerts all day long. But if you could focus on just these, or in the large cap races, the same thing is going to be is happening. A top 10 list is created for you. You don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. In fact, I would click on anything here to see what's happening. So right now, GRAL, again, it's only up 1.2%, but if it meets your trading style, this might be something you want to look at. For instance, there's the VWAP 1624. So I was hoping actually, if you take a look at some of these that are leading races, some of them might be pullback plays though. Let's take a look at BNEA. So this is not at the high anymore, 787. It is pulled back, but is starting to move. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, I mean, there's the VWAP at 727, so it's still underneath it. But what if the VWAP was, say, 705? And you're looking at this and going, I'd like to see if the VWAP acts as support. Maybe it bounces off that. Or maybe you've got a moving average on your chart that you like, okay? And it's coming into that moving average. Okay, so this is also good if you're more of a pullback player to click on these alerts and see where are they in relation to, where they were at the high of the day, for instance. Okay. And there's the Lumen. Now, I might get back into the Lumen. I mean, somebody asked, do I add? I don't necessarily add, but if I'm out of this trade completely, and it does something, starts to get frisky again, I may get back into it as a brand new trade. But please don't listen to me. I'm not telling anybody what to buy or sell. All I do is say, well, my code is this. I'm very interested in this. You can take that as something, like I said, I'm very interested in the TS. So not doing anything for me yet, and earlier on, I said, I'm very interested in the Lumen. It was an AI alert also, but I said I wasn't that interested in the AUR because I thought there'd be too much resistance. I was wrong. So again, your question really now, when watching this, you should be saying to yourself, well, why are these stocks showing up in the first place? Like, why are these stocks here? Well, I'll explain. Now look at Xylo, guys. Haven't seen Xylo all day long. XYLO. So the high of the day was 244. It has pulled back. What's the VWAP? 217. So if you're a VWAP player, if it gets above the VWAP and starts to move, that might be your signal to take the trade. So as I was pointing out earlier, all races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list window now. This is why these symbols are showing up. These are my parameters that I like to see. So if I right click on the top list window and click on configure, if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay. Now again, your parameters could be very different. Now, before we had races, this is how a person would use a top list window. A lot of people would say, well, what are the stocks that are up the most today? Based on my parameters or your parameters, a price range, minimum volume, and all that. So as long as you had a column header, which I do, change from the close percent, if I double left click rapidly on it, this is telling me that BBLG, that meeting all the parameters, is up 35% from yesterday's close. PMEA, 27%, etc. I want to see the stocks that are up the most from their opening trade of the day, the change from the open. Do the same thing. Lumen is up 20%. Xylo is up 19%, etc. So that's, I suppose, all well and good. You can use this sort of a list, looking at these ones, the leaders, the trade. That's great. What this race does, though, is something pretty cool. What if down here, like we just saw the Grail, okay, RAL. What if all of a sudden, right now it's at 4.7% from the open. What if all of a sudden it was just really starting to move? It's up 5% from its opening trade, 8%, 10%, 12%. Well, you'd never see that, okay? Unless you're staring at it for some reason, but why would you be doing that? And that's what the race does. The race doesn't care whether a stock is up the most, okay? All it cares about is, since the race started, what stock has moved the most since the race started. So there's a WINT. It has moved 2.7% since the race started. This Xylo, because it's such a cheap stock, it's up 2.2%. It's only 4 cents. But you can start to track these. If I click on win now, click on it and see what's happening to it. This was obviously a high flyer early, 1234. It may be starting to come back. Okay, so that is the whole basis or the idea of using the races, and then it creates a top 10 list for you to watch all day long. Yeah, that's your big drop now on the SPY. We have 554, so got all the way down to 547. So those 10 o'clock numbers obviously affected the SPY. So now the NAS is finally down. The Dow's down big. So the value stocks are getting hit. The tech stocks are starting to follow, or the growth stocks are starting to follow. Well, numbers came out at 10 o'clock, Marky, I guess. Some economic numbers that the market didn't like at 10 o'clock. You can see there's the reaction right at 10 o'clock. That was a question in our YouTube room. So welcome to the room anyway. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I say approximately. I'm usually take off somewhere between 2:30 and quarter to 3, but the main room is kept open by William. He's not obligated to do it, but most times he seems to keep the main room open till 4 o'clock. I'll find out what he's going to do today. But I do take off usually between about 2:30 to quarter to 3. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. So William is going to keep the room open until about 3:55 or so today. He will keep it open longer, guys. If he had a little more action, I mean, he'd love to keep it open. There are so many earnings plays now that happen right around 4, and then till Apple will be about 4:30, but he just doesn't want to, post by himself. So, well, I don't know how to interpret what you're saying, Marky. All I can say is that when the economic numbers came out at 10 o'clock, the market didn't like it. Okay, that's all I can say. There's a reaction. Doesn't mean the economy is in a tailspin or anything. It just means those numbers, when they came out at 10 o'clock, caused the market to do this. Okay. But 10 o'clock, I mean, it's already happened. 10 o'clock Eastern time, it's already happened. So look at my bouncers toppers list, guys. Now bounce plays will look a lot better if the market doesn't continue to do this. The market doesn't have to be ripping higher, but you want it to stop moving down. Okay. So, but look at this list. These are all the bounce plays, all in green. Sorry, green and blue. Anything that might be topping out is in orange. So the orange ones would be the ones probably to pay attention to. Yeah, every time I talk time zone, it's always Eastern time zone. So everybody, every time I talk a time zone, it's always Eastern time zone. Even though I'm on the West Coast, but it just makes it a lot easier when I talk time. It's always Eastern time zone. Okay. All right. I'm still in this TS short. It's starting to work a little bit for me. Nothing spectacular, but it is starting to work a little bit for me. I believe, it's an earnings play. Yeah. So, and I think obviously I looked left. Maybe I didn't. Where's that next low? Well, I didn't look left. I'm glad I didn't because I may not have taken the trade. But anyway, 28.74 is the next low on the monthly chart. Was the next low. It's just a little bit below that now. And now the next low is 24.97. Go. I'm not saying it's going to get down to 24.97, but it is now broken down through that little low of 28.74 a little bit. And it is an earnings play. Yeah, I saw it in the pre-market. Okay, I'm glad. I noted in the pre-market. If you look at my pre-market list that I posted in the room, it was there, TS. So that's why I knew about it as an earnings play. Now, stocks like this, for instance, MIRA, they don't care too much about what's happening to the market. Okay, these low float stocks, they're what we call alpha stocks. They don't really care too much about what the overall market is doing. So I don't trade ETFs, Sam, at all. So probably not the right person to ask. But if I just looked at it as a pure chart, but there are others who could probably better answer this. So this is the bear three times. So I mean, obviously it's moving with the market. Okay, this is what you buy if you think the market's doing this. So, but to me, it's pretty extended. But again, I don't trade ETFs. If I looked left on the daily chart, just looking at it as a pure chart, as if it were a stock, to me, there could be some resistance right around here, 1484-ish, if I looked at it just as a pure stock. But as Paradox is saying, I mean, it is super extended right now. Now, if the market keeps doing this, well, it'll keep going down. But your guess is as good as mine if that's what's going to happen. That's typically why I don't like to trade the ETFs that are, well, obviously tied to the market. I prefer to trade stocks that are not tied so much to what the overall market is doing. But that's just a personal preference. I know people who just make a living trading the ETFs. Okay, guys, now. So, regarding the Lumen, I am definitely interested in it later on. This could be one of those that just kind of rests now for a while. And if it takes out these highs, these are one of those well, not a low float, but whatever the heck, I still have a tough time believing. I think somebody in the YouTube room, who was it? Was it Bill? Yeah, Bill Bruce in our YouTube room. I don't know, maybe I went to Finviz or Yahoo or something, said that the float is around 780 million. We've got 992. Whatever that float is, it's big, which is really strange for a stock that moves so dramatically. That was Schwab. Okay, so Bill is saying he checked Schwab. I am embarrassed to say I don't even know. I'm sure Interactive Brokers has all this information too. I don't know where it is in Interactive Brokers. I'm sure somebody's going to tell me. There must be some kind of a module to open. Well, if it's going to bounce, it needs this market to stop moving down. Okay, guys, you know what? I got out of the TS basically flat. Little disappointed. I had a decent little move in it when I got into the high 60s, but I got out of the TS basically flat. For whatever reason, it wants to bounce in the market a little bit anyway. Keep an eye on the Carvana now. I mean, with the market doing what it's doing, the Carvana could start to drift down. Good exit for me on the TS. Well, Oliver, I still have my hopes for LUMN later. But certainly not. I'm not going to take it now in anticipation it's going to do it. But I think if it gets up to that 415 later on in the day, it may do it. Really? Okay, let me take a look and see. It won a race, so let me see if I can find a Corning and Lumen. So there is at least some news about it. Okay, Corning and Lumen reached supply agreement on the next generation fiber optic cable to support data center demands. Okay. All right. Well, there is at least some news on it. All right. Now this one, I wish there weren't this little area down here. SDGR. This is an earnings play. Schrodinger. I don't know how to pronounce it, but unfortunately to me, there's too much potential support. But this would have been a nice gap up and reversal had there, and I love the fact that it was just underneath the whole number, but to me, there's just too much potential resist or support not that far away, so I can't take the trade. Boy, look at this list of stocks that are just being potential bounce plays, guys. But no, I would not be taking a bounce yet. Not until this market stops doing this. Now, on the go no go charts, that would have been an opportunity to short the SPY at about 548 on these go no go charts. But let me see on the 3-minute, probably a lot earlier. Yeah, right there, 552. That would have been an opportunity to short the SPY at around 552. If you're looking at these go no go charts, that's on a 3-minute. On a 5-minute, let's see if this about the same. Yeah, 552 on the 5-minute. Minute we had that transition from pink to deep purple. That was I may have to start looking at maybe the SPY and things like that. And again, these are the go no go charts, guys. And if you want to sort of understand about what they're all about, if you're a subscriber, all you have to do is click on trade one option. What do you mean by that, Captain? You mean trade options? Yeah. Yeah. I'm not, I've never, I'd have to figure out how to do it in IB. I'm sure it's easy, but I've just never really traded options. But if you're looking at what these go no go charts are all about and all these different colors you're seeing here, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on dock to channel bar, this is what's going to pop up. Click on the go no go chart channel. Okay. And there are 2 videos which kind of go over and explain what the go no go charts are all about. And here's a little bit of text about what the color transitions are all about. Okay. And so this is an add-on. It's a $50 a month add-on. The reason we have to do it that way is that this is not our technology. It is literally the people who created Go No Go. So we're licensing from them. But it's also a little bit more than that, okay? Because what Michael has done, he's created scans that you can take a look at. These are daily. These are more for swing trading scans, okay? But we also have intraday scans that he created. If you click on new, and then Market Explorer, and then select strategy and scroll down to get to the go no go. So these are all anything you see 5 minutes. These are all intraday scans, using the go no go technology or the charts. So yes, you can find go no go probably in other platforms, but I don't think you're going to find the scans. I'm not using the scans right now because I'm more about, I want to see my alerts and all, but at some point in time, I may start using, say, one of those 5-minute ones and just seeing what it looks like. And so if I look at the SPY in the 5-minute, so the color transition is this. When you see orange, that's basically telling you don't take the trade at all. Okay. It's basically saying, you know what, we cannot find at this point an advantage either to go long or short. That's what the orange means. But when you get now sometimes you'll get a transition to light pink before you get the deep purple. But in this particular case, we have an immediate transition to deep purple, which was a suggestion to go short. Now, will they all work like this? Of course not. And if we look at Mira as an example, this would have been a lot earlier, and it was pretty choppy. But the transition was here at 212 from that pea green to the blue. The blue is the suggestion to go long. Now you would have, if you'd taken it right there, 212, it got up to 223. The hang on through all this would have been tough. Maybe take some profit, but if you'd held on to a piece, what would happen afterwards? Again, not saying this is going to happen all the time, but that is the idea behind the go no go charts. So I mean, meanwhile, I mean, to try to play a bounce right now, pretty tough with this market doing this. No, Ital Trader, as far as an alert, but I mean, you can just type in the index you want. You can't tailor nothing in the Market Explorer can be tailored if it's not. Michael just creates the scan, and I don't know if he has any indexes in there. But all I would do is just type in the index you want. Remember now, the the go no go charts are not just for the scans that have been created. I mean, I'm clicking on an alert and I get the go no go chart. So you could put in your own indexes and just see what's happening. Here was another opportunity to short AA as an example. See the light, there's the pink, and we had the transition right here at 32.34. Man, I would have been, had I seen it, it would have been an excellent one. So it's Ital Trader, that's what I would do. I would create a top list or something of the indexes that you want to follow. And then you just have your go no go chart up and you just click on the symbol and click on the index and see what's happening. Okay, Carvana, guys, keep an eye on Carvana right now. Now, here's the deal. I'm experimenting with a 3-minute chart, okay? Because of course it's going to show you the alert a little bit, well, the transition a little bit earlier, but it may not be as, what's the word I want? Maybe still a little bit volatile. So I also have a 5-minute, okay? And you can see right there, there is a transition now to that pink color, but ideally you would start to see the deep purple. And then that could be the sign, but you're seeing the deep purple here on the 3-minute. I hope I'm not confusing people, but obviously, it's like any other, use a 1-minute time frame. I don't care if you're just charting stocks and not using go no go, but a 1-minute chart can be very volatile. The higher the time frame, it's going to be less volatile, but your entries may be, they won't be as early. But an early entry does not necessarily mean it's going to do this. So I guess what I'm trying to say, there is a trade-off. $50 a month. If you use my promo code Barry25, you'll get 25% off today anyway. But again, Dwayne, before you would do it, I would look at the videos, okay? Look at the video, look, because it may not be what you want. You have to understand what you're getting into. And it's not it's month to month, so it's not like it's not a commitment or anything. And like a lot of, when you get a trend, it works a lot better, of course. Okay. And obviously, we're getting a trend right now. When the market is sort of chopping, you're going to get the chop in this also. But when we get a trend, You can really, really unearth some really nice ones. You see now here on the Win T as an example, okay? If this turns blue, right now we're in this light green. I call it light green anyway. Light green. If all of a sudden we get a blue, that is a signal, okay? It's a signal to potentially go long. Can't do it. We can't include it in the premium, Trevor, because it's not our product. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Sam. It's not our product, so we're licensing from the guys who created it. Oh man, okay, this one, Saks Rente Golf. Where the heck are they out of? And what technology forward golf company? Okay, well, I don't know anything about. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. I got halted. It did get halted and resumed, and it's still kind of around the halt price. Hmm. Shoot, just missed it. But it is pretty whippy, and I don't like the spread. 15.25, not a great spread. But it does have room. I mean, there's the 200-day moving average at 615, so it does have room. I just wish the spread wasn't as bad as it is. The volume isn't great. I mean, at 92,000, so that's one of the reasons why the spread is not great. All right, so Penny in our YouTube room saying if the market reverses, and we're seeing our first little reversal here. Saying CFLT could be. Let's take a look. CFLT. So about 11.5%. You know what had earnings, guys, was Mara. Mara had earnings, and now look what it's doing, coming right into that 200-day moving average. Okay, Mara is an earnings play coming right into the 200-day. 200-day moving average is 1864. So that green line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. And Mara is an earnings play. What's Bitcoin doing today? So Bitcoin is weak along with the market. It looks like it's down about 1800. So Mara, of course, tied into Bitcoin, but it's also an earnings play for it. Pretty good one from the AI guys. WDC in a short through the 200-day moving average. This is an earnings play, of course, Western Digital, and it's a short from our AI. 62.43. It's at 59.48. It got down to 58.89. Now the Dr. MA. Yeah, Dr. MA, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, 261 is the next high in the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room. Look at the weekly chart and $5. Nobody's saying it's going to get there. That's that high right there. But it's got a little bit of room. Probably, yeah, another low float. Looks like less than a million in the float. Don't see any news on Dr. MA, BRMA. All right, I'm just confirming it'll be Steve in our YouTube room today, taking over for me in about 40 minutes. All right, so GNW just went negative, guys. It's an earnings play. It was pretty strong earnings play, okay, but it now just went negative, down 9 cents now from yesterday's close. It is an earnings play. Market, that was a very brief little bounce. It's still weak. So, guys, I mean, if you have the go no go charts, I mean, this is what I'd be doing. Take a look at. So, pick your time frame. Let me go to a 5 minute. So, if you're looking for a bounce in the SPY, what you'd want to see, of course, is this stock not moving down anymore, and maybe that deep purple turns to the light pink, and then to the green, and then the blue. That might, like this. See, green to blue. If you're looking for any sort of a bounce, so instead of having to stare at it, what you could do is just put maybe a price alert up here. I'll put a price alert at say 147, 547, and see if it takes that out, and then see what the color is when that happens. All right, let's take a now. Again, these stocks here, in theory, are not they're not tied into the market as much. Okay, these are these low floaters. They typically try to trade on their own within reason. As Draw pointed out, there's the Mira, just made a new high. The next high is 279 on the daily chart for MIRA. All right, guys, so yeah, so Steve will be in our YouTube room in about 35 minutes. Owl, yeah, Owl is another earnings play, guys. Look at the volume. 8 million shares, 8.6 times normal up to this time of day. 450 million in the float, so it's a big float. Well, I'm sitting on my hands now, guys. Definitely. I've only had the two trades, the Lumen and the TS, but I'm sitting on my hands right now. I still have my hopes that Lumen, Lumn, will maybe burst through 4 later on in the day on some volume and maybe have a continuation. That'll get me back into that trade, more than likely. And again, indicative of the day, guys. Dr. MA, the last stock to make it into the momentum scan at 11:19. It is now almost 10 minutes later. Doc, in the general market talk, please. Thank you. You're in the stocks only. Let's keep an eye on this W, okay? It has just been flatlining for a while. Can't really tell on the 3, but look at the 5, okay? A little bit of a drop now. This is an earnings play. W is an earnings play. You would think obviously it's got room underneath. It's an earnings play. Had a nice rebound actually. But again, if I'm going to wait for a transition. I'm not seeing one yet. The transition right now is getting to that pea green, and then if it turns pink, and then deep purple. Look at Carvana. Now Carvana, man, I keep thinking I want to short this one. I know it's outside the price range I normally like, but I mean Carvana. Still a strong earnings play. I mean, it's still up 9%. All right, guys. Well, listen, my number one focus for the rest of the day really is the lumen. Okay, just in case it's still not, it hasn't given it up in a big way. Just in case it takes out these areas up here, the four. Okay, because when we looked left on the monthly chart, it had some room. So for the Carvana CVNA, just because it's had such a wild day today, I mean, the low of the day is down here. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to get there, but 139, it would still be up for the day. But that is the low of the day. That could hold it, but then it actually got below that, I think, in the pre-market. No, that's a 930 candle. That is the 930 candle. So that's the low of the day right there. Now I have to resist the urge of trading out of boredom. Okay, one thing I don't do is okay. Keep an eye on the SPGC. Now has the spread tightened up a little bit? It has a little bit. I mean, it's too bad. I mean, the spread is just, because it has the room. 619 or so is the 200-day moving average above it. The volume is starting to pick up. It's 56 times normal now, up to this time of day, 11:34 p.m. or a.m. Eastern time. Well, I mean, Carvana is looking definitely weaker and weaker here. The only problem is it's still a strong earnings play, you know? I mean, it's still a strong earnings play. It's up still up 8%. I mean, if the market ever stopped moving down, you can see this one bouncing. You're basically, you're playing Carvana based on what the market's doing as opposed to what it is doing, specifically to itself. Boy, what a day. I mean, look at all these bouncers, or not, sorry, not bouncers, but all these toppers. I mean, there's only 2. Well, I loaded this at 10 o'clock, I guess. Only 2 have made it in as potential topping plays, like stocks that are topped out and moving down. These are all the potential bounce plays. Well, they're all potential, but not while the market's doing this. I'm not sure I've seen something like as full. And a lot of them are going to be earnings plays, but a lot of them are not. They're just stocks moving down with the market. I wish it were just as simple. Just okay, we'll just short everything we see here. All right, now we're getting a big thumping. Okay, now the Dow's down 500 and the Nas is really caught up. Okay, now it's down 200, so 232. So now the market's taking the thumping. Big, big, big day yesterday, basically giving it all up, as Susan just said. Take a look at the SPY on the daily chart. Yeah, so we had that nice day yesterday, but now we're below yesterday's low, of course. I guess that's good for you, real. I mean, the SPY at one point, I think up here is up about. Now I'm only looking at this number here. I think it was up about 3.5. Now it's down 5.2. So that is a. If you pick the top up here and kept in it, wow. A lab. Let's take a look at ALAB. Oh, I remember you mentioned this one. Yeah. Well, it depends what the market's going to do. You're right. It has earnings next week on the 6th. Well, we are now getting so Dr. MA is not caring too much about what the market's doing. It just made a new high. Did we see some news on Dr. MA? I don't know if I saw any news on it. This has been, I mean, it had a big day a few days ago, got up to $5, fell, 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 fell. Well, okay, here's SNDR. It's still up for the day. One of the few stocks probably up for the day, but there it is, up for the day. It's an earnings play, Schneider National, and it is now at the low of the day, though. Low of the day, but it's up from yesterday's close, of course. So it is trying to fade somewhat. And this is what I'm seeing on a 5-minute chart. Okay, so there's that red from the green to the red, 2780 would have been an interesting take on it. But again, another stock that is, basically just following the SPY. I would anticipate that, if the SPY ever stops moving down and has a little bit of a bar up, this will pop a bit, like a lot of stocks. All right, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. Steve is going to take over for me in our YouTube room. I don't know what Steve's going to talk about today. Boy, AA just continues to move down here. I mean, the next low looking left on the daily chart is 31, around 31, a little over 31. Take a look at XME. It's, well, I'm sure most of these indices are going to look like this. Interesting. XME is coming into maybe a support area, just like AA. Oh, yeah. He'll talk about the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. 100% for sure. Yes. All right, guys. Doesn't look good now for the Lumen. Lumen's giving it up to a little too much. For it to maybe pop through 4 later on, it may be giving up too much. Might be too much to ask for in this market, even though it's a low floater. Not law. Look at Carvana. I didn't take it, but if you'd taken it, that wouldn't have been too bad. I did not take it. About a $2 drop since I was talking about it. But you know what, guys? The afternoon could be very, very different, especially if we get any sort of a stop, maybe a little mini rally in the market. I mean, because there's just so many stocks that have been beaten down because of the market, not necessarily, their own fault, poor earnings or something like that. I mean, look at Huntington. I mean, Huntington is now gone negative, but at the start of the day, it was way up here. Twilio, probably the same thing. But there's so many stocks that if the market ever stops moving down and maybe has a little pop, you're going to see a lot of these just move. Wow, Carvana. I mean, that would have been a nice one. I did not take it. CVNA did not take it. Mainly because it's a little outside of my price range, and just wasn't convinced it was going to have a big enough move. But I think it's moved $3 now since we were talking about it, or I was talking about it. So there is that. Look at Moderna now. Now Moderna had the little pop back up almost to 100, or did it? Yeah, I got over 100, and now it is still very, very weak. It's underneath that 200-day moving average. It's an earnings play. Okay, this is an earnings play for Moderna, mRNA. And when you look left on the weekly chart, where could it got down to about $93, which is below all this. The next low looking left is about 92. So it still has some room to move down if it wants to on the weekly chart anyway. Iris, I don't know if you're in our YouTube room right now. I'm just following a discussion. It seems like you're having some problems. I know Steve is going to be in the room in about 10 minutes, but you may not be in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, 11:51. So what I'm going to do now, sometimes Steve shows up a little bit early. What I'm going to do now is put the link. To our YouTube room, sorry, to our YouTube room. So I'm going to put a link to our YouTube room. You're going to head over and listen to Steve. He's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Okay. So there's the link to get into YouTube. I'll put my announcement up. I'm not going anywhere until he gets into the room, but I just want to make sure I get the announcement up. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Oh, okay. We have a swap. So actually, it's going to be Chris in our YouTube room. Okay, so Chris and Steve are swapping because Chris is going to be away on Monday. So, okay. So actually, it's going to be Chris in our YouTube room, guys, in taking over for me between 12 and 1, not Steve. They are doing a swap today, okay? Not that it matters that much, but all right. Are we stopped? Are we finally stopped the move down? Okay, now, I mean, if this, I mean, it's fine. It's a minor bounce here, guys. But some of these, I'm going to keep an eye on some of these. I mean, there's such a huge list to see if we get any bounces on some of these that were in the bouncers toppers. But again, it is a huge list. And look at Carvana. See what Carvana did? CVNA. It's basically just following the market. Market's doing this, so is Carvana. So gap up in reverse for EVTC. So this is still positive for the day. It's an earnings play. EVTC, where are they out of? Puerto Rico. Okay, there's the flag of Puerto Rico. Next low looking left is 3407. So I guess there is a little bit of room, but the market is, trying to put in a little bounce. Be interesting if we get a little color transition to the pink, So you look at some of these things that are bouncing now, PBI. Take a look at Lyft. I wouldn't call that a big bounce yet. LYFT. All right. Well, C1 is not bad, guys. Like, you know what? It is not bad. I mean, the spread it's tightened up a little bit. This is an earnings play. And we saw this one a lot earlier. I believe it has room, C1. And there it goes. Okay, there goes C1, guys. CWAN is an earnings play. It has not been affected by the market, really. Okay. I mean, look what it's done all day. It has not been affected by the market at all. So this is, one of those alpha stocks. And let's take a look left. Where could it go? Well, on the monthly chart, where could it go? I know I went through this exercise, I believe. Yeah, I can't even see it on the monthly. 2339 takes that out. Then the next high, way up here at 2588. I heard a little pop, so I think Chris is in our room. Guys, I put the YouTube link in. You got my message around 1 p.m. I'll put this now in the main room, so we'll see you guys in 1 hour. And now I can properly, the double dose this week with Christopher. I was going to go Christopher Varley. Christopher Varley now is in our YouTube room. Chris Varley in our YouTube room right now. How the heck are you, Chris?
I am fantastic, knowing that
what
in 24 hours I'll be on a beach.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What beach might that be?
It's called Long Beach Island. It's in New Jersey.
Oh, Long Beach. Okay.
Yeah, a bunch of my family go every year. So
cool.
We've been going for a number of years too, and it's my one big vacation of the year.
This is the big family of 50 that show up?
Exactly. So, but yes, also what a day.
What a day.
I had a feeling that when we gapped up like that, watching the SPY on a 15-minute chart, when we put in that second 15-minute red candle, I said to myself, I think we're going to sell off for a while here. And well, lo and behold, we sure have.
No kidding.
But, there's been some stuff that's made some moves up.
I don't know if you've been listening to me at all, but I mean, if you take a look at the SPY, say on a 5-minute chart. Now you have to have the go no go chart up, okay? Yep. And if you take a 5-minute SPY chart, look at where, and you've got to go back to, let's see, at 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock is when we had the number, those economic numbers that came out, and on my SPY chart, you can see at 10:10 it's pink, and then it turned red, and it's been red ever since.
Yeah, I've got interesting. Why is my SPY 5-minute chart look different than yours?
Now I'm using pre-market data.
Oh, that's why.
Okay.
That makes sense, I think.
Okay.
Let me see.
So at 552 would have been an opportunity.
Interesting. That changed it completely by putting pre-market data on there. Very interesting.
Yeah. I've just been a fan of pre-market data. I don't know. I mean,
I used to use it all the time, and then I turned it off and not realized it was off, and I just kind of left it like that afterwards.
So without using pre-market data, where are you getting the
I don't get it going to pink until 10:20, pink, and then it goes purple at 10:25.
10:25.
Before that, at 10:10 and 10:15, it's that.
So a little bit later. I mean, a little bit later.
Yeah.
Which is not, in a day like today where it kept moving down and down, it wasn't the end of the world. But, on a day where maybe it only would move 5, then it would be a bit of a change. But anyway, I think I love the pre-market data.
No, nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Chris, okay, Steve.
Yeah,
okay,
no, I know.
Chris.
He got you at the last minute there. So
because he said he was going to be there, and
I figured. I realized I'm off Monday, and I figure someone will likely cover. and thought, it's likely to be Steve because Andy's actually also gone. So,
Oh, he is. Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
So
my
it'll
friend.
be a little short in support next week, but that happens.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. You enjoy
See you
your
in about
break.
an
And
hour.
I'll see you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Barry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right, everybody. So Barry making his way out to a break. You got double dip of me last week. You get a double dip on me this week, but you get no me next week. So, that's just how it goes sometimes. With all of that said, happy Thursday to you all. Hopefully you are all obeying trading plans with whatever you happen to be deciding you should or should not be doing with your trading at the moment and keeping yourself safe. What do I mean by that? Sorry, just distracted here for 1 second. As Barry and I just discussed, and if you were just starting to tune in, I had a big move down the SPY now, or I should say, it's a big reversal in the SPY. It's down only 1% from yesterday's close, or a little over 1% from yesterday's close, but it's a more sizable reversal off the high of today. Even the high of yesterday, as a matter of fact. So, you're going to get all the bears are going to come out, and here we go with the engulfing candle stuff again, and the reversal and all those things like that. They very well could be right. Time will tell. You'll have the bulls saying, if the pullback isn't as deep as it was before, recently, we'll build off of this and we move higher. Time will tell if the bulls or the bears are right. But for the moment, and as I always say, I'll just kind of let price action dictate what I'm doing. I started to wind out of positions on the pullback. I have added and subtracted over the last couple of days to some things. I'm kind of just sitting around now on my hands. With all that said, it's open forum here, folks, as per usual. So please fire in some questions for me if you, of course, have any. This is, as I always say, never meant to be me just talking at you all, right? If there's no questions coming in, of course, I'm happy to keep it entertaining and informative, educational, based on software and market talk in general. But I always think it's best when you folks ask questions and drive this content. All right. So again, fire those away. Love to hear and love to see some questions, do some interacting. Outside of that, I guess, let's start with my relative strength from the open scan today. We can start there. And we'll start at AMWL, since that's coming across the screen right now. So earnings play, had earnings yesterday after the market closed. Gapped up on that. Moved up. A little pullback, moving up. We'll see what it does here, but not the most liquid of stocks. Only 400,000 shares traded on it. While it's only a few shares, that is good for 6.86 now on that relative volume ratio. So clearly this is not something that trades a lot. The spread on it is fairly terrible at 11 cents right now, but there it is nevertheless. What you think or don't think of it, entirely up to you. Bill Bruce, why do you think Lab is down so much today? I couldn't tell you. If there's news, I don't pay attention to it. I don't care about the news. I guess it would be earnings. I'd have to guess earnings. Maybe there's some other news. So obviously it's a negative reaction to earnings. For whatever reason, there's a big negative reaction to earnings. If there's any other catalyst to it, I'm unaware of. So that's, that seems to be the most logical thing, a negative reaction to earnings there, Bill. That's the best I could come up with. Interestingly enough, let me make this a tree map, because I know people like that when I display a tree map. Zeta, look at this thing, man. Huh. defying gravity so far today as far as everything's concerned. Yeah, it's got a topping shadow that's happened here at this point, but it's still up from both the open and the close right now. So while everything else is not everything else, but a lot else has really, really kind of sold off on us. So interestingly enough. All right, more questions. Get those in here for me. Do not hesitate. Do not hesitate. We'll continue down this line. DRMA. This thing really making a move here. Must be some kind of news. Broke during the day because, we see here it's just kind of skipping around, not doing much on the trading. And then all of a sudden, this thing was off to the absolute races, both in price and volume. Kind of holding around up here. It's about to pierce 9 million shares traded and trading 43 times what it's normally trading. So, yeah, this thing is cooking along real interesting for the day here. I would be watching if I was attempting to day trade. I'd be watching this level here, which coincides high of the day, the VWAP, and of course, I like an 8 EMA on my chart. So I'd be watching those things for either a breakdown or to hold or not get too far below before maybe getting scooped and picked back up. Of course, time will tell what happens with that one, but it's there nevertheless. BMEA. What do we got going on here with BMEA? So had earnings pre-market of the 29th a few days ago. It's working on a big topping shadow here today. Is really kind of curled over. Obviously, well down from the open, slightly up from the close. Time will tell again what does or does not happen with that one there. And, I don't think there's a lot to comment on these as far as daily charts go. Everything we looked at on daily chart so far looks like hot death on the daily chart. We can scroll back out a little bit more. Let's kind of see what those look like. LUMN. I think this started off kind of hot. It's still looking not terrible, but it's in pause as far as the go, no go goes. A decent move, consolidated. Maybe it's breaking down. We'll see. It's below the VWAP now. We do have a fading volume. This thing is way up on a percent basis recently. Huge float. Almost a billion in the float there. So, that's pretty serious, pretty significant float. Time will tell what happens with the rest of that. LUMN, right? All right, MGNX. So gap down, moved on up. Really kind of kept moving up until a pullback here. A little over 800,000 shares traded. It's got earnings coming up, I guess, next week. Relative volume's kicking okay on it. Again, it's got this gap here, so trying to work its way into that gap, right? So it had this gap happen here and just gapped down again the other day. We're trying to work its way into this gap. We'll see what happens there, but clearly there are not a lot of fans of the stock in the buyer's market right now. Looked like a darling for a moment there, and really come undone at this point. So, again, folks, come on, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get me some questions. AUR. For full fund disclosure purposes, I did take this as a trade today. My second day trade of the week. Also, like the second day trade I've had in 8 months or something like that, 7 months, something like that. Anyways, I took it on this bar here when we took out that level. So I got it at 427. I held on to it here and made this move up. And when it made this pullback, I got out here at 438 or so. So I didn't exactly do great on it, but I didn't do the worst I could have done, I guess. So it's good for about 10, 11 cents. It was what it was. It's an earnings play as well. Had earnings after hours yesterday. Clearly very liquid at 23 million shares traded on the day, 7.7 on the relative volume. We'll see what that equals later on here. One could make an argument for a bull flag on the daily chart here. Another huge float on this with almost 800 million in that float. Piling on through MIRA. So it looks like another late bloomer on the day today. And again, what do I mean by that? When we look here, and there wasn't really much going on volume-wise here. It looks like it had some action. A short while ago, volume started to dry up. Today, for whatever reason, it's coming back into it. Not a big float, around 11 million in that float. Plenty of shares traded, 2.7 million on that. It's good for just under 2.5 on that relative volume. One could make an argument of a pennant here, not a flag, but a pennant. We'll see what happens with that. Volume clearly has shriveled a little bit anyways, but time will tell on that right there. ISPO. This thing really tough trader here. I mean, look at those candles, the width on those, bouncing all over the place. Earnings again next week, 2 million traded on that for shares, 30 on the relative volume. You can see it, had a lot of action back here a couple days ago. It's held up the price action so far. It's good to take a look at this here on a regular candlestick chart because of these big topping and bottoming shadows for those that are candlestick fans and not bar charts. It's just a really tough trader, really, really tough trader, something like that. That's the kind of thing I avoid. CWAN. Nice gap and go here. Really just cruising along. Another earnings play. Float 145 million. So not a small float by any stretch of any imagination. 3.75 million shares traded. Plenty of liquidity. Solid relative volume here based on this earnings. Stock was in an uptrend, although it was weakening as of yesterday. Probably some weakening going into the earnings. Clearly a positive reaction into earnings. Not terribly far off its lifetime high. So there's all that for you there. And last but not least, LSH. Not a ton to comment here. I mean, plenty of liquidity, okay volume on 2 1/3 basically what it's normally doing. Had a gap up yesterday, opened here, closed here, opened here, is down here for the moment. Working on a bit of an inside day, but negative inside day. I'm guessing they had some kind of news. It looks like a newer issue with just that limited data to July. It kind of just chopping and grinding this way for now. It's under that VWAP, so I don't know really what to say or to expect from that. Small float, so it's not something that if you decide to get involved with, you want to get involved and get up and move away from your machine. So, all right, that's what that's the short and skinny on that stuff here. SPY's working on some green candles on a 15-minute chart and a 5-minute chart. Let me put those up here. So here's what we got on the 5-minute chart. Pause on the downtrend, trying to get itself a bit of an uptrend. I've said a million times, they don't scare you out, they'll wear you out, right? And while this isn't exactly some epic pullback and all those things like that or whatnot, it's tough, It's a tough environment when, we start to kind of get some momentum, a little bit of a pullback, and we start to get some momentum and we chop a little bit through here. We try to get a little momentum and we pull back and chop again. So, these do make for some tougher environments, but I think we see more tough environments than easy environments. I think that's the normal. That's why trading plans are imperatively important and all that. all that kind of stuff like that. So. So, these are things I'd be paying attention to. And, this also makes it tough. I just watched this happen here, I believe, live. I believe just a second ago, this was in that green color. Now it's back to that aqua color, right? Because we're putting in some positive movement here on the SPY. This is the kind of tough stuff here that you got to be a trader. There's no magic indicator. There's no magic buy signal. None of that stuff exists. You take any indicator, whether it's a SMA or an RSI or an envelope, a band, go, no go. It doesn't matter. You take it and you got to still make a trading plan around it. A go bar does not indicate you just simply go, right? Because if we just simply went on this go bar and this was our out, we lost money, right? Or if this was our out, we lost money, right? So it's not quantifiable like that across every chart and every stock. It helps us determine some uptrends, and what we do with those uptrends from there, should be part of a logical, sound, well thought out, and tested trading plan. There is no excuse or substitute for that. Not today, anyways. And I can guarantee you there won't be one tomorrow. Anywho, that's that. Again, love for you folks to fire some questions in here for me. I do think it's important. But if not, I don't know. Let's put it back on some candlestick charts for a minute here. So engulfing, pullback, bounce, engulfing, very small pullback and a bounce, engulfing, continued up to a new all-time high, pullback, wouldn't call that a bounce yet. I'd like to see us take this level out before we call it a bounce. It's interesting where we came to and got rejected here, the bodies of these candles back here, the beginning of this pullback, right? I don't think that's coincidence. I'm watching this heavily. If we were to take another step down, that would indicate the beginning of a downtrend to me and not a pullback. Will it be a sustained downtrend? I don't know. But I'd be treading cautiously here. It's another engulfing candle we're working on today. I can tell you this, though. The people that move from one extreme to the other every second of every day, they're salivating at this right now. And then you better believe, another side, if we get a reversal today and we somehow close to the upper end of today's range, you'd be getting the other side going all kinds of crazy about all that and whatever else. So, try not to get caught up in the sensationalizations and all that stuff like that, and try to really take it all in the time frame that you're actually using that matters to you, right? Really, really important. Keep it all in perspective to what you're doing, and that'll help. It should help keep you out of, quote, trouble. So, all right, no questions, still no questions. All right, so we put in those green candles, and here we go. We're working back on red ones again. And I wonder if that put us back to the green color again here on that SPY chart. I just find this interesting. I'm going to play around with the go, no go for a while and see see if it can do anything to help improve what I'm doing on my trading. I'm always looking to improve. No reason not to. And again, anybody with questions, I really encourage you to put those in here, right? Take a look at a Qs. I haven't looked at the Qs at all today. So Q stand right there and a firm no-go at the moment. And pullbacks are a little deeper there. We shall see what that means. Diamonds has pulled back in general less, representing your Dow Jones Industrial Average. So stay in aqua for the moment. Or excuse me, staying green for the moment. We'll see how that continues or does not continue. And our IWMs. IWM following a little more suit with the rest of the market today than it had been. We talked about on Monday, when I was here Monday, we talked about that 220 and 217 levels that I'd be really looking at. We've gone through 220. We're battling at 217 right now, right? We're battling this 217 level. I think that's important because if we do break down through that, and we're looking at 210, and we're looking down here towards that 208, 209, something like that. I also mentioned on Monday, there's a big school of thought that gaps are meant to be filled, right? So do we need to retrace and at least fill this gap before we could come back up? Do we just retrace, fill that gap, and continue down? It's all reasonable things to look at and think, right? This is the stuff I'm paying attention to. My shopping list that I've been making while I'm trying to patiently wait to see what happens with this pullback has thinned out some. There are a number of stocks that I had been looking at that I am currently no longer looking at. Should they reappear on scans, I could take another look, but there's no point in wasting energy on that now. When I invest, I look at chart to set sell price target. With CWAN, that not possible. So CWAN, it's not possible to look at a sell price. Why is it not possible? I don't understand why it's not possible to look at the chart and determine a price. If you're looking for a next spot of resistance, you got to go hit the way back machine. Here's today's high, right? You got to go all the way back to November of 2021 if you're trying to find the next possible resistance from where it is now, 2580. Does that mean it's getting to 2580? No, of course not. But, that might be something to consider to look at. Your target doesn't necessarily also have to be a number. I don't know what your trading plan is there, Peter. But a trading plan can consist of instead a moving average. And if it breaks a moving average, you're out. For example, Steve Gomez is a big fan of the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. And that that's generally speaking a guiding hand of his for staying in and getting out of trades. So he's not necessarily using a target all the time. He's using that as a guiding hand. I don't know, like I said, what you're doing, but that's the kind of stuff, Peter, I would be thinking about and looking at. Some people say, they've got, they look at a support and resistance and they determine that I am going to give up 1% to maybe make 3% or something like that. Again, so some stuff that I would be considering and thinking about. Let me know if any of that makes sense. If you have more questions on that there, Peter. But that's the kind of stuff, like I said, just taking a look at this chart here without knowing what your entry was and what your time frame is. These things all should bear some kind of influence and impact on that target. So, all right, we covered some intraday stuff. We covered the broader indexes. There's a stock coming through my evening scan. That's I'm gonna guess they had a buyout. I'm gonna guess this got bought out. So good for anybody that owned it, or anybody that owned it at a better price than what this buyout's gonna be. Yeah, so shareholders investigate whether it's obtained a fair price. So it's being acquired by Tower Brook and CDR for $8.9 billion. Very interesting. All right, so that doesn't count. What's ERII? Energy Recovery. Well, this is having itself a day here. I'm trying to buck a big downtrend going on with it. Steep curve that fell off of. But it's having itself a day. Obviously, a positive reaction to earnings yesterday after the market closed. What else we got going on here? OMCL. What are you? That's your another earnings before the market today. So another earnings play, very positive reaction to this earnings. Custom computer programming. Not exactly a big float. So there you have that. It's up today too, man. Up 18%, 18.4% from the open, 30.2% from the close. It's having itself quite a monster day right now on that earnings report. So we shall see. We shall see. SPY back near the low of the day. In the gap of yesterday. I just want to illustrate that again here. Let's go to a 15-minute chart so I can show this better. Here's yesterday's gap. So we gapped up yesterday. Now, in that gap, about half that gap left to fill. It'd be interesting to see if we actually fill it or not. Go back to that. GFL. All right, another positive earnings reaction here. Big bottoming shadow on it. Not far off all-time highs. Made this gap up and a gap and go, little pullback, grinding higher, couldn't quite get through it. Could it be getting ready to leave the train station now? Will it give it up later? I don't know, but this is something I'd be watching. Not a small float. Not a small float. 238 million in that float. What else we got going on? Come on, folks, don't leave me hanging. We got half an hour together still. Of course, I'm happy to keep it going and talking about this kind of stuff, but I do like it when you folks come with some questions too. I'm guessing RCAT is a stock. Let's take a look here. So let's see, 50, almost 55 in the float. Earnings next Thursday. Having itself a decent move with some increasing volume there. Yeah, it really kind of looks like it's getting a little more cooking at the moment. Only 600,000 shares traded on the day today. You got this looms up above it, but I'll make some move and a pullback and a move here. Not a ton of topping shadows on this thing here. So you got, a few going on, but nothing crazy. Some fairly solid candles through here. You had some big interest in it back here. Bit of a lull afterwards. You got to wonder if this interest here and this interest here align in some way. Right? So, but there it is for the day. Let's see if we continue to grind and push higher. So this is how it works. In the pre-market, gap and change from close are exactly the same thing. They're showing just the change from the close. As soon as the market opens, the gap becomes static. The gap is this. Let me get on. Here we go. The gap is this, measuring here to here, and that becomes static. That's your gap. During the pre-market, whatever it changes is it'll show it the change according to like a change from close. Anything once the market opens, any move afterwards to measure from here to this move is change from close, and that's the difference. So a gap, and I'm not crazy how we use our gap filter to work the same as change from close in the pre-market. The gap should just not work in the pre-market because the gap is forming at that time, right? It's only forming. But that's not my decision. That's not my choice. So it is what it is. But that's the difference there. Just noticed Bitcoin is down 10K from the top in March. So does that mean it's somewhere around 63,000? I don't remember what the top was. 73, 74,000? No, it's down to 62,800 right now. Just pierced below 800. So that's interesting. That's certainly noteworthy. I've been watching the chart, and it was like, let's say if this was the 70,000 after it poked its head out, just draw this line and came back underneath it, and this is 60,000 and it came back under and poked it, and it's been really kind of pushing on that 67,000 range for a long time, and I kind of thought, maybe we're gonna see it challenge it again, but clearly not. We're clearly headed back down here to 62,000 or whatever it is. And like everybody else, my guess is no different than everybody else's. Good, bad, right, wrong, indifferent. I just don't have a clear edge when it comes to something like Bitcoin. There's people that are Bitcoin enthusiasts and all that kind of stuff like that. All the power to them. I won't pretend like I know anything about it other than I can put some technical analysis on there. But, I'm watching the horse race of Bitcoin like everybody else, and that's it for me. Here's the thing about the gap percent. So like some people just want to know if a stock gapped up and that's all they care about, and they want to follow with the move. Are they can they fade the gap, or is it a gap and go? Other people want to know the continued strength, whether it's strength of the change from close or strength of the change from open. There's no, like a lot of stuff like this, there's no right way. It's right for you, obviously. But I would encourage you to look, test, theorize, take some notes and things like that, and whether a trading plan or a risk plan or anything like that comes and formulates from that, of course, that'll only be told over time, and you're experimenting with that essentially. But SPY is, I mean, it is working on low of the day again here right now. What else? What else, folks? All right. I'm a huge fan of backtesting. I do it more because I still hope to find myself an automated strategy one day that I can put as a complement to my manual trading. But if nothing else, I find the data from it interesting and intriguing. And it's almost, I say this, but I don't mean it to come off. Hopefully this doesn't come off the wrong way. Like I don't take it seriously, but I find it adult video game-ish, let's call it. I very much enjoy coming up with ideas, back testing them, optimizing, forward testing, and seeing where it leads to. Out of my many years of doing it, I've yet to have a strategy hold up over several months, hold up longer than several months. But I guess that's more on me than anything else because I don't take that data to that next level. But I'm not a data scientist. Everything that I talk about, all on my own, figuring it out. So, nevertheless. Guess, I got some time here. Jump into some sector stuff. All right, so let's look at what's best over the last 5 days. So I think we throw out the VXX. This is real estate, I believe, XLRE, right? Yeah, real estate sector. That looking real strong right now today, huh? Ain't that something? I did not have that on my bingo card right now. Where are my homies? I just want to see where they relate with each other. Where are my home builders? There we go. XHB. So that's interesting, right? Home builders are getting whacked the hardest of anybody, I would say. Among the hardest of anybody. No, I don't want a daily chart. Go back to my 5-minute chart. Home builders getting hit up kind of the hardest of anybody. Real estate's holding up the best. Find that very interesting. Nice. Gold at 2,500 today. All right. There's your Utes. I didn't realize utilities had rallied so very much. That's interesting. I remember when they were getting shellacked. They snuck up on me. And again, more real estate here. This is communication, I believe, VOX, right? Yeah, Vanguard Communication. More consumer staples here is looking okay still. So I find this stuff interesting. Just trying to see where we're holding up and where we're coming apart right now. Medical devices and healthcare kind of hanging in there. And communication trying to be brave. Let's flip it now. Let's see what's doing the worst over the last 5 days here. So telecommunications, KIE. I mean, skip the bonds. So insurance. Sorry, these are the best over the last 5 days. So I'll see some more communication. Right. Let's flop it to the worst over the last 5 days. So natural gas. I mean, I don't know what you could say about natural gas at this point. It's just absolutely getting destroyed for so long. Uranium having itself a pullback. Having a big pullback, uranium. That's an interesting level it's pulled back into too, huh? Semiconductors continue to show some serious weakness here. And there's communication in all this. XLK. What is the XLK? Anybody see it? XLF. Why do I not see the XLK on here? I'm blind. There it is, XLK. So yeah, I mean, not quite as bad over the last 5 days, down only 1.7%, but over the last nearly 20 days, really off that high. You know, the broader market will have a really tough time staying afloat if the XLK were to break down completely. The small caps ain't going to hold all this up. That's for sure. So this is a big line to look at here, I'd say. This is a really big area to be looking at here. If it really breaks this down, that would be of some serious concern to the bulls. If it breaks that down, I'd also, the next level that I'd be looking at as far as pullbacks go, I'd be looking at this level here. Some people could argue down here. I think we'd see maybe a little more. That'd be quite a bit off the highs. That'd be really quite a bit off the highs, but nothing out of the normal, I'd say either. Nothing wacky. All quite interesting. All quite interesting. Again, folks, anybody that's got a question or three for me, we got some time left here together. Do not be shy. What else, folks? What else? Trying to give a moment here for anybody else to chime in. You guys are giving me the silent treatment a lot today. All right, fair enough. Let's look at some position and range stuff here. So, utilities and real estate leading the way. When is the next tournament? I think sometime towards the end of August. It's going to be all short. If I understood correctly, it's going to be all short, sponsored by Centerpoint Securities. But that's all I know. I don't have a date for you, unfortunately. Sorry. That's all I could give you at the moment. Excuse my yawn. All right, now let's look at the worst performers of the year right now. Lithium ion. Oof. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. We already talked about natural gas. I'm guessing this is a decay readjustment here on the IYT. Clean energy, you know, I like to pick on clean energy. Hot stocks and clean energy I like to pick on. TAN is very similar to clean energy. Clearly, people are not betting on solar and clean energy at the moment. Doing skip that. Remember when everybody was buying China and going to sell the U.S.? That ain't working out right now, huh? I mean, yeah, it's up from these lows still, but boy, that is a hard breakdown after a breakout, unfortunately. Look, you know, when we broke above this level and started to get here into this area, I said, all right, this is interesting. I'm going to be watching China here. But it just, you know, it could not get 30 and take off from it. Just could not do it, you know. And that's the Chinese internet stocks. This is the Chinese large cap. It's going to look very similar. Drawings that will almost superimpose, almost exactly the same thing here. So, you know, the FXI looks a little better to me than the KWeb, to be honest. Hasn't broken down quite the same yet. And I would say this, you know, if this held this area in here and could build off of that, that'd be positive. That'd be constructive. Off that low, you know, it's come into here, made a run up, pulled back into a range here, and then if it could do that, that would be bullish. That would be good. So I wouldn't call China dead by any means of any imaginations, but all the same, you know, got to consider these things. I have a solid area of volume on the SPY level to watch, potentially push on the hold. Yeah, you know, looking at the SPY, I'm looking at two things personally right now. I'm looking for us to retest the lows, recent lows, one more time. If we bust through that, I think we're safe to say that this is going to happen. We got to really watch for this 520 level. I think those are some pretty clear defined things that are good if-thens to the downside. I just, you know, I would keep in mind this stuff here. You know, just don't get caught. Don't shorten the hole. That's all. I would say this, though, also. For those that are thinking short right now, you've got some pretty clear defined stuff right now that if you decided to short here, you get back up to here, you know, you either know you're wrong or you're getting ready to know you're wrong. And we get down to here and we bust through. It might not have, you know, it might have been a decent entry for you right there as far as the short side goes. So I'd, yeah, definitely some important stuff to consider right through there without any question. What else? What else? What else? Sporting at the 50. Yeah. I saw someone post that earlier on. I think I saw someone post that earlier today on Twitter. Maybe I'm making that up. So I do find it interesting how often on Fed days we see it bring us back out to a 15-minute chart so we can illustrate this a lot better. On Fed days, we see a lot of this go on, and post Fed days, we see a lot of this, or the opposite on Fed days when we see a tank one day and then move the next day. You get all the jokes out there. Remember, it's the move after the move, before the move, during the move, after the move on Fed day. You know, a lot of jokes and stuff like that. So, you got some people out there that I have a lot of respect for, talking about we're likely to be kind of range boundish until we get through the rest of the summer and push into and through the beginning holidays of September. I don't see any logical reason that's not possible whatsoever. They're not bearish by any stretch. They're actually very bullish still. They just believe that the market, it needs a breather. There's a lot of data, some uncertainties, things like that coming around. Again, doesn't seem to be anything out of line. Since I want to use pretty much the same columns, but want to add one extra feature for the alert. Oh, sorry, I missed the first part of that question because it came in. Is there a way to convert a topless window into an alert window? Yeah. This is a great one. I love this question. So this is what I would do. Let's just say, this is a top list here. I've got my top list, right? I would go new, alert window, and just, it doesn't matter what the alert window is. Bang, just press OK. Now we got the alert window. Let's bring that over here. And we're going to right click, and we're going to take the collab link. We're going to right click and look for collaborate. And we're going to copy that link. All right. And we'll right click here, and we're going to go to collaborate in the alert window. I'm going to press OK, and bang, it becomes that. Now, here's the thing. That's a terrible top list to do that with. Sorry. You know what's terrible is this is using a symbols list. Let me do it with this instead. So here's my evening scan. If I want to turn it into that. All right, right click, collaborate. I'd say re-highlight this just in case. Don't use the highlight that's there. Copy. All right. Now come in, collaborate. Delete this one in here, replace it, paste. And now, if we come to configure, you can see it's got my filters transferred over. It's using the heartbeat as the alert for now because topless don't have an alert, but you have to have an alert in a toplet in an alert window. Must have one. If you come here, see my evening scan number 1 updated. Right now, you're going to have to come here and decide what alert do you want to use. I strongly recommend against using a heartbeat. If you really want to use it, by all means, use it. But here's how a heartbeat works. All right. Each symbol every day gets on a timer as 4 a.m. rolls around. And so a set of symbols will start at 4 a.m. on the dot. The next set will start at 4 o'clock in 1 second, 4 o'clock in 2 seconds, so on and so forth. And so each symbol goes on a 5-minute pulse, essentially. And so they will only pulse out every 5 minutes based on when the 5-minute pulses started for the heartbeat. And so all the stocks that are on, the pulse for, on the 55, on the 04s and the 09, you know what I mean? It'll do like that. So something could meet all your filters, but you won't get an alert if it isn't at its pulse time right when the filters are met. And that's why I don't care for the, the heartbeat as far as that goes. So I'll leave that up to you folks to disseminate and decide. If you're unsure of an alert, the first thing to ask yourself, is it a bullish or bearish scan, right? If it's a bullish scan, look for some of these green ones and then decide, what on it makes the most sense for you out of those bullish. If it's bearish, look for the red ones, right? If it's not necessarily a bullish or bearish scan, then, there are the blue ones, right? Blue and green are mixed together, red and blue are mixed together, and then you just have these blue ones here. Strong volume doesn't indicate it's bullish or bearish. It's just strong volume. Consolidation, the same thing. High relative volume, 1 minute volume spikes. They don't necessarily indicate any of those things to be bullish or bearish. They just are events to consider. And you might consider combining some different neutral and bearish or neutral and bullish and so on and so forth. Put 2, 3, 4 alerts in there, see what kind of speaks with the scan the best, and then eliminate the other ones afterwards. Hopefully that all makes sense. Oh, I didn't put this back in my ear yet. Barry could be yelling at me. Sorry, Barry, are you there?
I'm yelling.
I knew it.
Yelling. No, actually, I wasn't. Yelling. I was listening to your explanation of the heartbeat, which I'd never heard it explained like that before. All I tell people, don't use it.
Yeah.
I don't even give them the option. Just
here's
don't
the thing.
even use it.
If I tell people to do something or don't do something, I get a lot of whys. And I actually there's this whole issue with someone and data points and scans not alerting right. And so Brad walked me through like the plumbing and mechanics of all this stuff some time ago. So, and of course,
when people ask me why, I just say because.
Yeah.
It's like,
it's not great because you have a very specific time frame for each stock that it sends out the pulse. And if it isn't doing those filters at that specific second, you're not going to get the alert. So just use a topless. I get it. Topless don't, alert you when something cycles on and off and all those things like that. And I do get why people want that, but too bad. That's all. Too bad.
Okay. All right. Now, the other thing, I was listening. I caught the tail end of some of your sector stuff, and I hadn't looked at XLU. And this is isn't this sort of the classic, the sort of the flight to safety in theory, dividend stocks and all that.
And so is real estate technically.
And I mean, that
people can consider that for sure. But I think there was not that long ago when this happened also, and it was a false whatever. So. I mean, look, through here, we had the XLU move up, and I don't think anybody would tell you that we were approaching any danger levels in any of not that we're approaching a danger level in the indexes now, but, the indexes look strong through here in the spring, and the XLU was doing that. Is this time different than that time? I don't know. We'll see.
Well, I know, but I just look at XLU as boring.
Yes.
So why do you want to be in a boring sector when the market's ripping? And that's when I saw the XLU was dropping, and because everything else was ripping. Yep. Now we're in a slightly different mindset, even though the market is still good. I mean, this is we had a huge day yesterday. We have a bad day today. What's going to happen tomorrow? As you say, Chris, who knows?
Exactly. Certainly not me. I know
not me.
I know and you're holding out on.
No. Right. I know nothing. Sergeant Schultz, I know nothing.
Oh man, I don't know how many are going to get that reference besides me.
I don't know. Anyway, Chris, it's 1:00. So again, thanks so much. I guess we'll see you Monday, right? No, we won't see you Monday. We'll see you
the 12th. I think, right? Is Monday the
Yeah. So listen, have a great. So you are gone for how long?
I'm gone from tomorrow till Monday the 12th. I'll be back.
All right, cool. Okay,
so
well, have a great time.
Don't let the place fall apart on me.
No. We'll get the chewing gum and the bubble gum and everything, and we'll tie it together just for your return. Okay, my friend. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Barry. We'll talk to you all soon. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, guys, I've taken over in both rooms now. Oh, I think I didn't have myself on mute in the main room. So I was just talking to Chris, and let me get rid of my, here we go. Yeah, so I was talking about XLU, and, this is kind of the flight to safety. This is kind of what you see, with the dividend-bearing stocks. If people think, well, maybe the market's really going to drop. This was happening right here. But, you could see XLU was very boring, though. here, because why would you buy dividend stocks when the market was ripping? Okay. I mean, that's kind of the idea, I guess. Anyway, here we are again. And the last time I looked, the market was actually trying to put in some a change here, but it didn't last, did it? So the SPY is still weakening. This doesn't look like it's going to be a bounce day at all. I don't know what it looks like on a normal chart. Okay, I call it a normal chart, but I'm not seeing any color transition on the 15 and on the and on the 5, no transition at all. I've been trying to get into this CWAN, and man, look at this SPGC. This would have been a good one for a while. Okay, it did get up to 6. Would have been a good one for a while. The problem we had with that one early was the spread, and it's still not a great spread. SPGC. You would think some of these gap up and reverses would just work fabulously, but I mean, the problem is some of them are just reversed so much, and then they tend to not do anything or even put in a little bounce. Now, what I could do is this. I think I have it here. Hmm. I thought I had an alert that was 5-minute high or 5-minute low, as opposed to a low of the day or a high of the day to get the trigger. Could have sworn I made one like that. Maybe it wasn't a multi-strategy. Let's take a look. Okay, so here we go. Yeah, gap up and reverse, 5 minutes. I didn't create it. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. So instead of having to wait for the low of the day to be broken, it's just a gap up and then a 5-minute low or a 5-minute high on the gap down. So I'm just going to load this one and see what happens. Now, unfortunately, I might run this tomorrow in its entirety and see what the big difference is. You see what I'm seeing here? Instead of having to wait for this low to be taken out, it's a 5-minute low here. So what I'm going to do is bring them both up, make a multi-strategy window. Hopefully this makes sense, what I'm talking about. This is that gap. We probably won't see too many of these. Yeah, you can see what it looks for. Okay. So I'm going to make a multi-strategy window out of these two. And so good exercise. You want to watch what I do. And if I straddle this, they shouldn't disappear. This is how you do. This is how you make a multi-strategy window. So I'm going to take this, collaborate, copy, right click, strategies, new strategy, collaborate, paste. Okay, so now that's in here. That one's in here. Just do this. This is how, so multi-strategy windows typically are used for people who don't have a lot of screen space. Okay, and they can take different alert windows and put them into one window. I'm going to do the same thing, collaborate, copy, hover into my multi, hover over strategies, go to the new strategies, collaborate, paste. So now I've got both of them in here. Okay, now what I like to do is is color code it, because in that fashion, I don't actually have to I don't have to waste any space with the description or anything like that, because I know the gap down in reverse, or well, I know the gap down in reverse is in theory going long. Okay, so let me just do this gap. So gap up in reverse is in theory going short. Gap up in reverse. Pick a color. I like to pick yellow. I know for me that means down. Okay. And then the other one, I'm going to put it in green. Okay, now I can get rid of these two. Now this is going to be a very different look now. I have to try this tomorrow. Um, no, I don't have, I can get rid of some of these columns because I know that if it's yellow, I know that's a reversal. I know that. It's an opportunity for that short. So I know that. Moment. Okay, properties and columns. So I don't need the strategy. I really need. So now this is definitely a different look. Okay, you're not going to have to wait to the low of the day for it to trigger. Now, the only other thing I'll do is just properties, window name. Okay, so now I know what I'm looking for here. Yeah, so again, I don't have to wait for a new low of the day for this to trigger. It'll trigger on a 5-minute low. Doesn't mean it's, you take the trade immediately, of course. Let's take a look at Sava. It would have triggered down here, 2180, so not that far away. Again, some of these would have triggered a lot earlier. Okay, but I remember I just created this at 102. So I don't know if Riot, yeah, Riot, both Riot and Mara are earnings plays, and of course with Bitcoin, wow, Bitcoin's down 2,500 now. So Riot and Mara are both Bitcoin plays. So not helping the fact that they're earnings plays. I have no idea what they said in their earnings, but I mean, with Bitcoin being down, this would have been down more than likely anyway. Wainwright doing their best to prop it up, maintaining a $17 price target. Bitcoin miners with AI exposure stumble while traditional players thrive. All right. That was in July. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at IBIT. Wow, this is a big level right here, isn't it? I mean, there's the low right there. This I'm looking at IBIT, okay, proxy, I guess, for Bitcoin. So IBIT at 35.61, and that's the low. Takes that out. There's the 200-day moving average. So $3 underneath. Wow. Yeah, Dr. MA, you're right. It is. Yeah, it's very choppy, but well, I know CDNA is an earnings play. Actually, look at this earnings play, guys. CDNA is an earnings play. This has been pretty good. I mean, this is the high now, high of the day for CDNA. So actually this has been a pretty darn good earnings play based on what here's here's your market and here's CDNA. So that is definitely contrary. Man, I shouldn't say this, but man, oh man, my what a is my wife's company, and it's still doing awesome, making another new all-time high in the Canadian dollar. Anyway, 122 in the face of this market. That's one good thing about not trading very much. It's sort of left alone. Yeah, I can't remember a day quite like today, guys, where you're getting no bounce at all, even like for 15 minutes. half an hour, nothing, just straight down. Now, this is a great one, the use of the go, no go. A short op right there, even if you waited on the 15-minute chart. Is that right? Snow all the way back down to its IPO price? 120. Wow. Yeah, look at that lifetime range, 3.8% red. That means it's just a hair above its lifetime low, which is kind of the open, I guess. It's when it started trading. Wow. So Meta, gave the market the big boost in the after hours. I mean, it's still up for the day barely 4.5%, but it has just fallen along with the rest of the market. But Meta, gave the market the big boost early. Well, those 10 o'clock numbers. I mean, again, I don't know what they were. I think Jay posted them, but I've forgotten even how to interpret it anymore. The construction spending at 10 o'clock and the ISM manufacturing index. I mean, whatever those numbers were, and the PMI manufacturing final was at 945. I wanted to gonna short that CWAN. Son of a gun. Well, guys, this would probably be a day in which I would just pack it in right now. Again, I'm not. You'd think that on a day like today, you could just pick, pick anything to short, but it's not quite like that. Because some of these things are, they're putting little bounces sometimes, and depends where you put your stop. But look at Carvana. I mean, if I'd stuck to my guns on Carvana, wow. I mean, that was a nice little $5 move now since we were talking about it. Right up here, $4 move. Exactly, Daniel. You'd think it would be so simple with the market doing what it's doing, but they tend to, some of these just tend to have these little bounces that, depending where you put your stop, and they just get you out of the trade. And there's this stupid one, TWOU, which doesn't care. I just can't get into it. I mean, it's giving me a kind of a buy signal, but I just can't get into it. Sorry. Ooh, look at W now. Now, W, the last time a little while ago, I know it was having a little bit of a breakdown here, but look at it now. W, excuse me, that is Wayfair. So this is an earnings play. Excuse me. Underneath what I consider a pretty psychological number, 50, 50. The next low looking left, it still has a little bit of room. The next low looking left on the daily chart is $47. So I mean, I'm looking even at the AMWL. I mean, it's popped right back over 11. But what do you do with it? I mean, it got down to 1040 and then it's right back up to 11. I mean, these are 3 minute, this is a 3 minute chart too. So, oh man. Mr. G, I see. I don't know if Chris answered you. When is the next tournament? Not sure. Just looking in our YouTube room. You asked that quite a while ago. Not sure he answered you, but if he did, probably said he wasn't sure. You missed the last one. Too bad. Oh, he did answer. Okay, I wasn't sure. Well, just staring at this is amazing. I mean, just staring at this 15 minute without any sort of a bounce at all. All right, what's SEG doing? SEG, SEG. This is what, an IPO today or separation from Howard Hughes? He's still alive? Howard Hughes. So Seaport Entertainment Group completes a separation from Howard Hughes Holdings. Okay, so that is starting to trade as SEG today. So it's a split off, I guess. Well, not I guess, from Howard Hughes Holdings. I mean, we've had a couple of nice ones from the AI too. I mean, the KD short. This is at 25.19. Can't even see it up here. That would be up here in the 3 minute right there, 25.19, 23.59 now. Nice short. WDC was a nice short also, 62.43, 59. Well, remember though, the market was up so much yesterday, so it's corrected from yesterday. But whether it's going down tomorrow, that'll be the big deal. I mean, if we have another day like today, tomorrow, well, then there is something to that, perhaps. But remember, the market was just so high yesterday. Hmm. So BMEA trying to. The high of the day was way up here at 788. Well, you want a strong stock? Here's one. ES. Look at this one. It's been up straight up all day, basically. ES. This is an earnings play. Okay, guys. Well, let me just talk a little bit about that homepage one last time today. Well, we're getting some action here for CBZ. CBZ. Take a look at CBZ. So yeah, some volume coming into CBZ. It's wow. Held the 200-day moving average yesterday. Kind of held it today. This was an earnings play yesterday, trying to bounce a little bit. CBZ. All right. When you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So this promo code is still active. Okay. Now I'm pretty sure tonight's the last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, Barry 25. That'll get you 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. And as always, use my code, whatever the code is on my homepage. You use my code, the room gets credit. The room getting credit keeps the room free. It's really that simple. Getting started, you must do the get started. If you do take out a subscription, 10 short videos, download and install for startup and login. Important introduction to scans, our top lists and our alert windows. Okay. And if you're new to trading, there's a series of videos designed just for you, Trading 101. If you're new to trading, all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It's free. And the trade of the week, it is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section here is here, including our guide. And then here are my scans. So if you're looking for some of my scans, here are the ones that you can see. This race up here, the biggest gainers from the open. This is one you can see. I do have a couple of the races that you can take a look at. These are large cap races, so they're not going to be as volatile as this one. The Halls resumes is over here. Momentum scan is right here. And the gap continuation or reversal scan is here. So if you have any questions about, now I have a lot of other scans. Of course, I'm sharing. I don't have them all up and running, and neither should you. Okay. You have way too many to try to look at all day. So don't have them all up and running, but you can load it. You can load one, take a look to see what it's looking for. And if it meets your trading style, go for it. You can always make changes, of course. The momentum, my momentum scan is, I think between $1 and $100. Maybe you don't like that price range or something else about it you don't like. Maybe you want to add a filter, take one out, up to you. All right, guys. Well, listen, if there are no questions, I may just put myself on mute for a while. I'll hop back on if there are questions, but I know it's a little early for me to do that, but there's not much happening for me. I see Mobileye just making another new low, guys. Mobileye making another new low, all-time low for Mobileye. What a short from here, 1663 down here. Watching it on a 5 minute right there. There's your transition at 1689 right there from pink to deep purple. That's on the go no go charts. Boy, oh boy. I mean, this Mobileye, I mean, you cannot chase it down, but it's just so darn weak. All-time low now for MBLY. Continuation, no bounce. The other sector that is doing okay, I think, is real estate. Yeah, look at real estate. XLRE. So both dividends, XLU, utilities, and real estate, they certainly bucking the trend. Look at real estate, XLRE, the real estate index. Yeah, but as Daniel is saying, you think you could just short anything, and then all of a sudden a buyer steps in. I mean, okay, here's W. I mean, surely W, now that it's given a 50, 4706 is the next low looking left. See, look at that. Look at it bounce just a little bit. Not a lot, but like who's stepping in and buying this thing? Is that you short covering, Pepe? Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, something has been down so much. Well, so much for the Lumen. I was also hoping maybe Lumen would hold around just underneath 4 and have a little pop at the end of the day, but I doubt that's happening. Yeah, no kidding. Circuit breaker type of a day. Well, you might be right. 1,000. Hard to believe it'll go down to 1,000, the Dow, but time is it right now? 141. So 2 hours and 15 minutes left. The thing is, people like myself. I mean, I don't. I'm when I say I'm waiting for a bounce, I'm just surprised there's been no bounce. At some point, you just say, okay, I guess there's not going to be any more of a. There's not going to be a bounce, and as you say, no buyers are stepping in at all, and that's it. All right, guys. I think I'm just going to put myself on mute, okay? And if you have a question, I will get back on the mic. But there's no point in my just sort of sitting here and not saying anything. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. I'll get back on the mic if the market puts in even a 1 minute pop. Okay, muting. I said it'd come back if the SPY had a little bit of a pop. We got a little bit of a pop. I mean, a little bit of a pop here. Just watching. There's some. You can see the SPY in the 3 minute. Okay, so a little bit of a pop. Will that last? So now, starting to get some of these on the. See how we're getting these reversals now. And look at W, right over 50 again. Now, a little more fun to put this on a 3 minute chart, even a 5 minute. No, 3 minute. There we go. So a little transition here. So now, if we can get maybe even an orange, which means don't trade it at all, and then we get a little pea green and then a blue, that would be a full transition. But I mean, we haven't had a transition for, well, the longest time. Ever since 1218, I guess we had a little transition here. So this is going counter to the market right now. I mean, it's still positive for the day. I saw this one out earlier, SNDR, but it is making new lows. It is not. I mean, again, this is such a minor bounce right now. Okay, but Schneider SNDR continues to make new lows. The Nova, which was very strong, it's still positive for the day, up 15%, but it is starting to fade. It's funny, when I created the scan, we went, I'd say, half an hour, 45 minutes, maybe even an hour before, with nothing on the reversal side, bounce side. Now we're starting to get some bounces. Look at Carvana. I mean, Carvana has come from 140 to 140, almost 146 CVNA. Yeah, 140.80 up to 146. So I mean, look at the bounce for Carvana. Guys, if we get a little green color coming, that'll mean well, definitely a reversal for a while. How's that? Look at Carvana, man, oh man, that actually now green. Yeah, we're definitely seeing a bounce here now, guys. Again, for how long, I don't know, but we're definitely seeing a bounce because now you look at all these that are showing up. Now, before we get it carried away here, we're getting a down candle right here on the 3 minute. Okay, guys, I'll now that this little this little spurt seems to be over, I'm going to put myself back on mute. Fun to look at, isn't it? Yeah, all these color transitions, as I bet. Well, guys, it is now 2:18, so I've got another maybe 10 minutes left. Any last minute questions, please ask now. Yeah, you too, Michael. In fact, this is a good point. I think I'll just take off now. So what I'm going to do is, for those who want to continue to torture themselves with this market today, who are in YouTube, this is the link to get into the main room. William says he's going to keep it open until 3:55. Okay, so there's a link to get in. Well, click on my homepage link and you'll see at the very top here, trading room. So those of you are still left in YouTube who want to still continue to talk about stocks, etc., till about 4 o'clock today, you can do so. Just go to the main room. Okay, so that's the just click on my homepage link and where it says trading room. This one, this okay, it popped up and then right back down. Look at CWAN. Wow. Thinking about going long this one, and it popped right up to 229 from down from 2283. But I ain't going long nothing. Pardon my English. Okay, guys. So yeah, I'm going to wrap this up for me a little bit early. Okay, I normally go to about 2:30, but I don't see the point today. So have a great evening. We'll see you tomorrow. I will get on the mic tomorrow, hopefully at 9 o'clock Eastern time. We'll have a great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. And now, YouTubers, I must shut you guys down now.